Welcome back to the spaceship. That is our body. Or our mind? Oh, welcome back to Headspace. I'm Fantasia Byte, and this is the Fluff by Entertainment System. Your place to escape persecution? If only momentarily. Your future will be filled with happiness and sadness, as you know. So I'm gonna play Heaven Will Be Mine because it's White Day and it has gay mech space lesbians. Wait, I said one of those things twice. We haven't played it in a long time and we beat it a while back, but we never played all the stories. So I'm gonna play a story mode for a character I haven't played yet. Or we haven't played yet. I don't think I was fronting when we played. Actually, we were a lot more blendy, or at the very least, a lot less like visible individually at the time that we streamed this. I think. Yeah, I think maybe we had Drizzle's model, maybe, but it may have been before we ever became a VTuber. It's 1981, and the dream of a new home in space for all of humanity is dead. After fighting for decades against an intangible and ephemeral existential threat from beyond the solar system, Earth Command has declared the war effort a huge waste of time. The honeymoon is over, and the future is glittering cities across the solar system and cosmic battles between giant robots. It just isn't gonna happen. The outcome is clear. It's time to come home. But we don't care. Giant robots may not make any sense. Celestial cities across the solar system are silly dreams. They are. However, extremely awesome. We, the girls who were raised in space to be special and incredible and pave the way for a new future, aren't giving up so easily. We've got invincible ship cells for ferrying human bodies through time and space. And we have the weight and power to make a fantasy of the future real. We're not going out without a fight. Heaven Will Be Mine is a queer science fiction mecha visual novel from the creators of the cult horror visual novel We Know the Devil. About joyriding mecha kissing your enemies and fighting gravity's pull. Follow three women piloting giant robots in the last days of an alternative 1980s space program fighting for humanity's future. Or ditching their jobs to make out with each other instead. Oh gosh, this is gonna be interesting. Actually. Noelle, you're such a filthy degenerate. That should make you beg to stay here. But I'll be nice. Ada ada. Also, I was thinking. I wanted to see the title screen on here. I don't think we've ever played it in this room either. Yeah. We've never played this game while living here. Heaven will be mine. Maybe yours too. Oh, it's gonna be one of those. Okay. If I click off of the game, it goes away. So I have to remember that. Making eye is really important to saving the Earth. Trust me. I trust you. I trust you. I'm thinking of that. I think it was like after World War II. The picture of the guy and the girl kissing in the middle of the street on the ground, which I guess technically got recreated during like a protest a couple of years ago as well. Or I should say it happened again and was taken as a picture in a similar fashion. So, Pluto is Drizzle's favorite character. Or rather, her favorite character is in Pluto's story and is Pluto's like main like not even partner. Every character has another like peer like close to them that kind of like helps with like the flow of the game, because you'll go between having conversations, like being told like your mission parameters and reading documents that you're sent. And without having that social lubrication between missions, because the missions are fights between the other pilots, it wouldn't feel as alive, and it probably would be a lot more lonely. So Pluto is like the strongest, or has the most like badass ship self. That basically cleared the war, right? And that's who Drizzle picked, and they're very motherly. She's like, I don't know, in a way she's larger than life, and I think that's supposed to be like part of her whole thing. Not just because her ship self is like huge and like and has a lot of gravity, and it's also like a romanticization, or at the very least like a positive reflection of a like a fat character. It's like she's big, her ship is big, her ego is big. Like, I don't know. Arrogant in like a soft dom way. Saturn, I think, is a character more attuned to maybe Punk Bite or Thorn. They're like a wisecracking asshole. I guess Ratty will also like them. I mean, Ratty's not in our system. I'm just thinking of people who might enjoy this character and playing this character. Yeah, I can definitely imagine Ratty being like this person, because she's a gremlin. She's a fucking gremlin. But I'm gonna play Luna-Terra, who is technically not... I mean, none of these characters really fit an archetype of a character I would play in a video game. And it'll be an interesting experience, especially with voice acting, because I can identify with the character's struggles, but like I don't come at them from the same perspective. Luna-Terra is like self-hating to the mats. Honestly, reminds me, this character is probably the one who reminds me the most of like an Evangelion pilot. Like, very, very jaded, very, very, like, has their, like, self-worth sunk into what they can do, but also don't feel that they can do much. And Luna-Terra also, like, betrayed the other, pilots, so... she's kind of a class traitor, I guess? But she also, like, self-loathes about it, and, like, hates herself? And it's kind of like that thing where, like, the self-propelling cycle of, like, I'm a bad person, so I act like a bad person, so I have proof that I'm a bad person, so when I tell myself I'm a bad person, I can look at the things I did that were bad and be like, look, a bad person did that, and then you keep doing it over and over again. Luna-Terra is kind of like that. Luna-Terra needs a lot of patience and maybe someone to destroy the establishment. Welcome back to stream, everybody coming in. Nice to see you again, Specky. From the Division of Existential Safety, conflict-enabled ship self-archetype model, first flight, July 16th, 1969, place of manufacture, Sea of Crisis, Earth Moon, our hope for a throne of the soul. For the Memorial of Foundation Institutional Space Program and all humanity. Huh, that's interesting. Immediately, because of obsessing over Evangelion, noticing that phrase, Throne of the Soul, is straight, like, word for word, a phrase that appears in a monologue in Evangelion. Let me start over, though. From the Division of Existential Safety, conflict-enabled ship self, archetype model, first flight, July 16th, 1969. The place of manufacture, Sea of Crisis, Earth's moon. Our hope for a throne of the soul. For the Memorial Foundation International Space Program and all humanity. I need to turn that down. Because that was getting loud. It was probably overpowering me. Nah, that's a little bit better. Sorry to stop and go one more time. Gosh, that must hurt. That is some interesting background music. Clicking off even once fucks everything up. I couldn't see my chat window. Until no one is forgotten and all are remembered. Registering pilot. Welcome, pilot first class, Luna-Terra. Error. Multiple maintenance issues and critical errors detected. Launch permissions are locked until addressed. List errors. Maintenance errors. There's a possible sensor failure. Several limb connections are not registering. No weapons are loaded. Critical errors. Mass Alert 1. Healing failure on critical area near core. Possible bleed. Mass Alert 2. Tidal core is resonating at levels harmful to the pilot. Ready manual firmware update. Running. Upgrades detected. Syncing. Accepted manual internal mechanism firmware update. Switch ammunition to conceptual mode. Custom sensors loaded. Dynamic lens optimization loaded. 1981 1.7 weapon loadout drivers loaded. Details Mass Alert 1. I bleed too. Recording the derived from the data buried 4-dimensionally into the wound. Suffering by this unit almost 1 year ago. Wound self-generated by force overloading, tearing the core open during sustained conflict in the Mars-Ares regression campaign. All critical systems have naturally healed, yet the wound continues to bleed into space. Fuel efficiency lowered, healing self-reduced, and tidal reactor speed cannot be regulated, leading to possibility of overload and increased pilot strain. It is strongly recommended that you seek the assistance of a full maintenance team. A lack of understanding of the full effects of gravitational conflict on the human gestalt means that this computer cannot provide adequate instructions on therapeutic measures. Permanently disable Mass Alert 1. Really ignore? Yes. Provide reason. I can handle it. Automatic scan alerts show that this may not be a very good reason. Would you like to provide another? No. Mass Alert 1 disabled. Details Mass Alert 2. Tidal reactor has had unauthorized modification that is causing an unsustainable chain reaction. This ship is not equipped to handle prolonged operation at this capacity. Notice, increasing short-term output may cause long-term failures. Loss of gravitational stability may cause fracturing and instability in pilot. Permanently disable mass alert 2? This mass alert cannot be disabled by pilot authorization. Code. Alert disabled. For record keeping purposes, please input the reason. I'm fine. Shift self Mare Crucium is spacefaring condition. You're clear to launch. Disable launcher OS and engage catapult. All controls given to pilot. This message is for you. Cancel. Refuse. This message will automatically be played. Letting you keep this is my gift to you, Luna-Terra. Your favorite and loosest leash. Prove to me you've learned not to choke on it. Incoming message. Standing orders updated. If it's that urgent, it's not too late, it can wait. Let me enjoy the view of the rings. They're beautiful, even though there's only so long you can watch them before even the sight of the six planets' rings become as boring as the blue sky. Mare Crucium's sensors render them in every detail, using every sense as perfectly as she always has. You really are getting old, aren't you? Both me and you. I should probably listen to Control and throw you out and get a new one. But that doesn't seem right. You're only supposed to get one body. Even if I haven't been very good to you, I can never throw you out. We're all we've got. The Mare Crucium is the test type model. It was made as proof of concept. It isn't the first vessel made to grant humans locomotion and life in space, but it is the first to allow for outward expression. In all kinds of ways. It can do so many things, and they gave it devices for everything because they hadn't estimated how powerful tidal engines would become, or what sorts of things humans would really want to do in space. It's the first machine meant for conflict, but it's also the last machine that was meant for other things too. A ceremonial tin soldier, made to impress. An impossible to use machine, mind machine or biofeed interfacing is necessary to give humans control over a second body, but the Mare Crucium is operated completely manually. It makes Luna-Terra sort of a genius, and sort of an idiot. That she can't do things any other way. I'm having so much fun, it's hard to believe it's gonna be over so soon. No. I love it when old things are over. And new things begin. Open the channel. Let's hear those standing orders. It's January 1st, 1980, in the long and cold war where humanity, united against its nemesis, an existential threat from beyond the stars, has been over for a long time. Since the 50s, we've been fighting a war against an existential threat that we cannot understand, cannot perceive, and is powerless against the technology of Earth. This is a pretty stupid sort of war to fight, isn't it? Where there's enough of a mess down here to worry about. Humanity is already the undisputed authority of reality, and we have the physics to prove it. It's time to return to Earth, our home, the sea of the universe. Before Earth takes us back in pieces, let's go home with grace. On the first anniversary of the decommissioning of the International Space Program, we, Memorial Foundation, Native Sphere, Existential Safety, in agreement with our home planet's unanimous decision declare, there is no future for humanity in space. Let's come home. The Return Resolution. Memorial Foundation, Native Sphere, Existential Safety. January 1st, 1981. It's been 1 year since we declared independence from Memorial Foundation and the rest of Earth. The Cold War is officially over, and it feels so light without their gravity weighing us down. How can a tiny handful of colonies, terraformers, and schools hold out against full authority on Earth? Because that shit doesn't fly past escape velocity. To power the ship cells we made to fight the Cold War, we made tidal resonators to bring the gravity necessary for humans and culture to survive in space. And that gravity is ours now. Enough to make a new world, free from the weight of Earth. If Memorial Foundation wants to kill the future, they'll have to come and take it from us. We're thankful for our cradle's graces, but we're not coming back. Independence Declaration, Cradle's Graces. It's January 25th, 1981. Memorial Foundation and Cradle's Graces have been having fun for a little over a year, and nothing is breaking the stalemate. Earth is getting impatient. They have good reason to believe that the existential threat posed by a divided humanity in space is much greater than any theoretically malevolent entity outside the native sphere. While the kids are fighting, Earth is getting ready to list the humans remaining in space as part of the existential threat, and when they do, they'll send real weapons and end this war fought with plastic toys. Their justification? We are technically less than 100% human, just not human enough to be something else. It's hard to believe they're really onto us. It's time to make a drastic move. Bring our final piece. The prototype ship self string of pearls we made in the atmosphere of planet Cronus, which will never be Saturn, to the lunar gravity well, where Memorial Foundation and Cradle's Graces are already headed. Whoever controls that place controls human access to space. We can be sure everything will be in place there. Earth or space, we are just short of 100% human. So let's see how much less than 100% we can get. Internal report. Celestial mechanics. Day 1. Retrograde and retrograde. After chasing after the string of pearls, Luna-Terra and Pluto find each other instead. It's almost been a year since they last saw each other, and Luna-Terra has never seen Pluto like this. Are you ready to spin backwards? Or Joyride Killjoy. Weaving in and out of the 6 planets' rings, Memorial Foundation's ace Luna-Terra plays cat and mouse with the renegade ship thief Saturn. Before we do that, let's check our mail. Justification for return. Memorial Foundation declares of intent, author Generation Emissary Hailmaid. Earth is not the sphere of our home planet. It is not the physical body which is called Terra. The home is life. It is not measured in mass or by its gravity. Its position in the universe. Earth is us. We measure Earth by culture. We are the Earth. Humanity, the particles of its mass, and our gravity, its body is formed. And we are Earth, humanity, and particles of its mass. And by our gravity, its body is formed. By our diversity and multiplicity, Earth exists. The living miracle of humanity's shared power, insignificant unless we are joined. This international space program with representatives all across Earth represent our commitment to peace. The humanity will never seek again to destroy itself. The humanity has the right to eternal life, invincible bodies, and unrestricted movement in space. As humanity expands beyond its sphere, as extensions of the universal human rights of life, culture, and freedom. To protect growth and sanctity of all culture, ensure a future for humanity, and the defeat of our enemy. On this day, we inaugurate the Internal Memorial Foundation Space Program. Cold War Ace Reports. Origin, First Generation Pilot Research Declassification. Author, Memorial Foundation, Existential Safety. She was unremarkable. I did not remember her at first. We took any of those who wanted badly to live in space and did not fit in on Earth. In retrospect, we were asking for a rather unique quality. And it is not just a coincidence that she was there. The pilots had to be young adults, pacifiscal, and not care what space might do to their body. It's not so surprising that someone like her would emerge from that pool of people. But the woman you know today has been iterated on before since she was an adolescent. Be assured, I saw nothing of promise in her when I first saw her. I told her that myself. As I told all students. I am uninterested in your potential. We are judged by the self we create. I find that encourages brats not to take their specialness so seriously. That was not Luna-Terra's problem. Piece by piece, she created someone who was very interesting to be. We gave those children permission, and Luna-Terra was simply unique in her execution. She was never encouraged. She was never punished. We will never find another prodigy like Luna-Terra by looking for tidily sensitive children, because they do not exist. We will not find them pre-made. They must create themselves. Was this not the dream of the Memorial Foundation space program? Oh, Luna-Terra's a burnout. But she licks the boot real good. Just come and get me. Origin Combat Communications Packet. Author Error. Oh, you think you're so cool, don't you? Well, watch your back, cause I'm coming for you. Think that #1 position is gonna last? Not a chance. In fact, why don't we have a little duel about it? If you're not too scared, come meet me in the shadow of Olympia Mines, and I'll make sure that this time you're the one left splattered and helpless and pinned to the side of a mountain, and not me like the last 9 times. Also, would it like kill you to stick around for a bit after? You smug jerk. Not that I'm planning on losing. This time, I'm gonna beat you. Let's check our comms. Luna-Terra, pilot first class. Don't send me messages! The one Discord friend who I never message because they're always in do not interact mode. Europa, Director of Combat Operations, Memorial Foundation, Existential Safety. Not your mom. So you really have betrayed us, haven't you? I haven't betrayed anyone in my entire life. Ha. Ha. But seriously, whose side are you on now? It sounds so accusatory to put it like that. You know I'm fine with you being on whoever side you choose. So I can destroy them and drive you back to me. And that may end up being a lot of people. What, you don't think I'm up for it? Don't worry yourself about that part, kid. If you want me to defect back, you could always just ask. Oh, sweet girl, I'm not interested in you coming back so you can walk away again. How many times did Helen May fall for that? It shouldn't count as tricking her if she knew it was coming every time. Oh, stop it. I hate it when you're modest. It's so beneath you. Give her at least the dignity of a subtle seduction. I would have. That's not what I wanted. She really ought to think about her reputation more. And what more is there to say about the trail of messes you leave? But my disappointment is in you both. Total. My adorable failures. What am I to do with you? You should go easy on her. I live to spoil her. Make no mistake that everything she deserves will be visited upon you. I wouldn't dream of not letting you have that. You have to know by now how aware I am of what you want and deserve. You're so good to me, Europa. I don't deserve it. When I double-cross you again, be sure to really let me have it. I hope you do. But I take no chances with loyalty. Hellamate merely hopes you will change. I think it's charming that even you believe that you might have some effect on you. But I know much better than you, kitten. I won't let you return no matter how much you beg, until you have no other choice. When you can't pivot or run or trick your way through, when you can't second guess or lie, that's the only way to change that nature of yours. That's kind of abusive, I think. Interesting that it's like the her like status is not your mom when she's definitely your mom. She's like your great gaslighting mom. Well, I guess she didn't necessarily gaslight, but she's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna back you into a corner. I'm gonna isolate you. I'm gonna make it so you have no one else to go to. That's pretty fucked. You pin their mecha and don't even stay around to finish it? That's evil! Pinning girls down and not letting them. Pinning girls down and not letting them finish. Art. Oh, cool. I even get I basically get the script of the entire game. That's pretty cool. New save. Mission select. I'm gonna do Joyride Killjoy. Launch. Oh wait. Let's look at alignment. Everyone's at 0. Trails Graces, Celestial Mechanics, Memorial Foundation. I believe I'm working for Memorial Foundation. Because... oh, we have to go back to Earth? Oh, okay, Daddy. I'll go back to Earth and give away my freedom. Objective in sight. Opening channel to base. Captain, I'm bored! Captain, this sucks. Well, you heard him, Europa. Tell those idiots to be careful with what they wish for because the mission parameters have changed. As you know, Celestial Mechanics has been operating a clandestine ship self-development lab with an experimental prototype in violation of the terms of the Memorial Foundation Space Program Decommission Treaty. And we're on a top secret enterprise attack. And we're on a top secret surprise attack to take out the last operational shipyard and make sure we never have to find out what Celestial Mechanics has been planning to do with it. It couldn't be more obvious what happened, but go ahead and brief me anyway. No points for guessing. The prototype already launched, rendering most of the base inoperable. We lost contact almost instantly. Find it before it leaves Kronos' gravitational field. Oh, great. What a pain! Weren't you just bored? There's no way to find it! It's as good as gone. There is a chance that the ship self is still nearby, so get to work. Ugh. Yeah, this is... Bravo, evade now. Now. It's got nothing, Bubblegum pink electricity sparks off the ice and dust of the inner ring like a lightning bolt and through his ship self. He doesn't even get the slightest chance. Captain! Made it! Don't listen and you don't have any right to complain. Right, Europa? What a callous... Who did you learn that from? Preparing to engage. I wish Europa would stop sending me control themselves. Having fun dismantling my escorts? With a string of pearls as fingers, Saturn carefully peels the mechanical musculature out of the porous ship cell's arm she's holding, a souvenir of the last of Luna-Terra's escorts that she sent crying too easily back to their base. It's still sparking and oozing, and Saturn wishes her ship had a mouth so she could suck it out like crab meat. Maybe it does have a mouth. Maybe it does have a mouth. The machine has many mysteries the manual doesn't explain, and Saturn is still learning though. Though I suppose Europa's learned her lesson about sending me girls who can't control themselves. Oh, really? Hey, that's really interesting. Mind telling me more? Oh, she's a hacker too? How amusing. There's nothing too interesting on this kind frequency. Oh, you flatter me. But hey, what does that mean exactly? That part about the girls who can't control themselves. I really want to hear more. It means back up the talk first. Or, can you land a hit off the comms? Luna-Terra's gravitational field focuses on a single point. Luna-Terra isn't budging. She's been through much worse, and so is her ship. Followed always by a thin trail from a bleeding wound she could never completely repair. The Mare Crescentium is over 2 decades old, but Saturn can't even land a hit. It's regal and stiff, dressed in cold metallics, weathered and refurbished, the architectural prototype for all other ship cells, still going after all these years. Still, furiously untouchable, the string of pearls hasn't gone down no matter how much she's been rammed with that spear. But she hasn't even nicked Luna-Terra's ship once. Not bad at all for a joyride, but can't you get a hit in? Good thing I don't win by looking cool. No mercy for newbies? No. Luna-Terra puts a stake of solid light through the string of pearls' leg, pins it to its own gauze wrapper. It doesn't hurt at all. The ship's metals begin molding and reforming around the wound immediately. A ridiculous, unfair advantage. Saturn has no right to complain. But she still wants to. But she's trying to be cool. Everyone wants to. When in the quiet... But she's trying to be cool. Everyone wants to when in the quiet gleam of that always bleeding ship. That's a pretty amazing ship. Think it'll last? Either you're fighting just for fun, because you're that reckless, or you've caught in your own containment wrapper and can't escape orbit yet. And you beat me for sure if I played around. I'm not done yet. It's not true. It's actually very difficult to move with a solid light bullet in your leg, but she's not going to let that stop her. Saturn is suddenly closer than she logically could be, claws bubbling, but Luna-Terra effortlessly slips away and kicks Saturn's ship directly in the chest. Yeah, you're done. The containment wrapper is still stuck to you, so your movement's off. Doesn't seem to have stopped you that much. Right. That was so rude of them to try to stop me. It seems cruel to take it away when you're having so much fun with it. Same as you, right? Do I know you? Everyone knows Memorial Foundation's perfect ace. But do I know you? So I do, don't I? Let me out of this thing and I'll tell ya. Why would I? Because you can't help yourself. Besides, you don't want a real fight. Can you promise it'll go different? I can promise it'll be more fun. You're just asking me to totally abandon my duty to bring you back and do that instead. What? You won't? The legendary pilot who defected from Memorial Foundation and double-crossed the rebels she abandoned them for can't be opposed to a little fooling around with the enemy. I guess you do know me. Wanna trust each other? Or is it more fun if we don't? What the fuck? Is this consent? Is this consent to be a fuck up? Gosh, these are so good choices. It's more fun if they do and Saturn gets embarrassed, or it's more fun if they don't and Luna-Terra gets owned. So basically the choices in this game amount to, are you going to help your enemy, or are you going to help your own like faction? It's more fun if they do, and Saturn gets embarrassed. Loyal. Outcome favors Memorial Foundation. It's more fun if they don't, and Luna-Terra gets owned. Betray. Outcome favors Celestial Mechanics. Wait. I could swear that... Yeah, if Celestial Mechanics is Saturn. Oh, I get it. It's more fun if they don't trust each other is the option that's, no, I'm not gonna let you go, we're gonna, like, fight for real. But I don't get how that... Gosh, now I'm... Okay, so... Definitely a save. Shave it for later. I want to see Luna-Terra get owned. Luna-Terra's alliance is whatever is funnier at the time for her. Social mechanics advances. I'm impressed. Most people would be nervous to have a knife this near their throat. It's not like you can't hurt it, so there's nothing to be nervous about, is there? That's true. But you're new to this. I thought your brain would be overriding the information from the ship. Maybe I'm not new to this. Oh, you are a candidate. So I think that might be true. But you're also trembling. So I think it's not completely true. I'm still very dangerous, you know, Luna-Terra. I believe that for sure. You wouldn't be trembling if you were in my shoes? At least so. People tremble for a lot of reasons, though. I don't have anything to fear, so please don't project that on me. Well, if you're fearless, what is it then? It could be anticipation, couldn't it? This is very foolish of me. It really is. I have you right where I want you, remember? This might mean I have you too. Your claws are twitching. I thought we promised not to trust each other. I still don't. Then you must really like living dangerously if you're still helping me. I'm having fun. I can tell. If you want to know so bad, that's why I didn't like you. Because you were a test pilot and never got to fly before the end of the Cold War? While idiots like me got to? I thought so. That's enough. Hold still. Everyone let you have as much fun as you wanted. You were a real huge jerk. I was always jealous of that. Everyone who let me get away with it regrets it now. There. Done. Thanks! For all your hard work, I should leave you something to remember me by. Oh. Ready to fight for real? I swear I already did. And Saturn has left a claw scratch of hot pink poison seeping into the Mayor Crescentium's thigh. How's that? I finally did get a hit on you! Ha, good job. They break away, rocketing. Just a little love bite! Pay me back for it next time. Trust me, I will. Okay, so... not trusting was actually the helping? It's just so weird. It's like consensual non-consent, and then the opposite? What's the opposite of consensual non-consent? Non-consensual non-consent? Wait, no. Not like that. Like... So, consensual non-consent, obviously agreeing to be like... agreeing to in a framework have your autonomy limited or taken over. And I'm thinking like... Oh. No, I'm just thinking of consent to get help. I consent to you helping me. First generation pilot candidate interviews. Leaked data packages. Space program intake archives. Ooh, excuse me. Ooh, excuse me. Why do you want to go to space? I want a new start. In what sense? To get rid of this weight. We're required to make it clear that the purpose of this program is not to leave Earth, but to expand it. The weight will follow you. But will it weigh differently? Please explain what you mean about what you said. Please explain what you mean about what you said previously. About what? What do you mean when you say you don't want to be me? I don't know how else to say it, isn't it obvious? Who would want to be this? I don't understand. What you see is wrong with you. I do. Uh-huh. You were saying that you, as you are, the person you are, doesn't want to be you. Yes. Then you aren't that person. But that person weighs on me. So you would like to have the weight of being this other person that you are not. That you would like that removed. Yes, please. That may be possible. Also, it is incredibly clear that Europa is not up here. So, also kind of grooming? Gas keep girl like girl boss. Wait. Listen, that they're enemies, but they're really just gay. Like Katra and Adora. Oh, the He-Man's sister. She-Ra. Damn, I forgot about that show. I really need to, like, finish it. I think we only got to, like, the end of season 1. Pilot Program Progress. Memorial Foundation Executive Committee Annual Report. Training Director Europa is the author. The Cold War is looking bleak. The Cold War is looking bleak. The threat from space is more flimsy, translucent, and inscrutable. When once it was so strong that all of humanity feared it, existential threats on Earth are more precarious than ever, and the scouts are not keeping up. It has become difficult to argue against the possibility that the scouting program has done more harm than good. And that goes just as much, if not more so, for the pilot program. Historically, death has always invited the enemy here in its greatest strength. Humans can't resist killing each other long enough to protect themselves from the existential threat. It is not easy to make this argument, but we have had little success with it. No matter how celebrated the slogan is, and no matter how many governments and leaders profess to live by it, the simple fact remains that existential threat can never be as powerful as we are. Humans will always pose a greater threat to other humans than the existential threat will. It will always be easier for humanity to eliminate the threat by killing their own than by fighting the threat directly. While we have offered children and the unwanted to fight the existential threat with existential intent, humanity has turned its gaze inward, rather than to the heavens, not even strong enough to pierce the atmosphere without burning. The existential threat can no longer be labeled as such. For these reasons, we accept the decision to decommission the Memorial Foundation space program. I see. I mean, all of Earth wants to be united in peace, and they're recognizing that the existential threat wasn't strong enough to keep that peace together? So they're trying to salvage it, I guess, maybe? Excited to be put out in the field again, doing important work. We're a long way from anything important out here. I couldn't help but notice. You think Command wants you as far away from them as they can get you. What makes you think that? That you said it? That Command is my ex, and that I did once double-cross Memorial Foundation. In that case, you should be happy that you're in the field at all, and not in the brig or in the process of being shipped back to Earth. Well, I am. I'm so thankful. I don't need to be lied to about my work being important. Oh, I would never lie about a thing like that. In fact, the most lovely sixth planet of our solar system, Cronus, has become extremely busy in the past 24 hours. A mass leak of celestial mechanics has revealed that they're finishing a prototype here, and Kratos Graces knows about it too. Apparently the Hellion responsible for the leak has stolen it too. You're just the woman for the job. Reining in the incorrigible pilots is your specialty. Let's see if that power can be used for good for once. Europa, please leave some of me left to fight the enemy. Don't shoot me down before the mission starts. Was that too mean? I would prefer direct combat any day. Let me tell you something nice then. That Kratos Graces superweapon? Your favorite has been spotted in the system. My favorite? What do you mean? Don't play dumb. You make that same face whenever crew in Makala is spotted. It's the biggest mystery of their side and one of the only reasons Kratos Graces hasn't collapsed by now. The crew Makala's power is unreal. It's far stronger in reality than anything that could possibly have been projected from its original schematics. Its capabilities seem endless and impossible to predict or counter. And no one knows who the pilot is. The list of people who could pilot something like that is very short, however. Maybe it's someone you know. Worried I might double-cross you again? I'm not with Kratos Graces anymore for a reason. Oh, I just never trust you when girls are involved. Too gay to be evil? Too self-hating to be good? Damn. Luna-Terra is not just like me for real. She is not just like me for real. But I understand her pain. Listen, wait, I already read the kinky roleplay part. Have a good one. Hope the stream goes well. See you, Noel. Hope your night goes well. I was for a second I was gonna say I hope your life goes well. It's like, wait, I hope I see you again. Retrograde and retrograde. After the string of pearls, Luna-Terra and Pluto find each other instead. It's been almost a year since they last saw each other. Luna-Terra has never seen Pluto like this. Are you ready to spin backwards? What's going on? You've been pestering me with orders, so what's the sudden holdup? Central said to launch immediately. We have to get to Celestial Mechanics Lab regardless of whether or not the prototype is already gone. There's valuable information there, but it's worthless if Kratos Graces gets there first. Have some patience, Luna-Terra. The Kratos Graces' carrier just launched a completely unknown ship self. This can't be right. A person can't pilot a ship that big. The tidal resonance should tear the pilot apart. So this is impossible. I hope. I've never seen anything like it. And no, you can't fight it. Luna-Terra, don't even think about it. Any better ideas? It must be headed for where the prototype launched, right? Where else? Maybe they have to know that it already escaped. Don't underestimate your opponent, Luna-Terra. Scavenging the lab may be useful anyway. We should have gone there for information if nothing else. Even against an unknown and objectively stronger enemy? What makes you so sure, Luna-Terra? No particular reason? Or a single particular reason? Still don't trust me. Don't insult your former instructor, Luna-Terra. I know how much to trust you before you betrayed us at Krail's graces. My opinion hasn't changed because we welcomed you back into the fold. My best pilot and worst student. You've never been more predictable, except in your consistency for trouble. My best pilot and worst student. You've never been more I keep putting the word more in there. My best pilot and worst. You've never been predictable, except in your consistency. But it's a reliable metric. You're right, you know me. So if you're worried, you don't have to let me have free reign like this. Since you were a kid, from your earliest academy days, you've never been able to look in my eyes and lie. You only get away with anything by keeping your mouth shut. Very unlike Pluto, the hope of Kratos' graces. She could lie right to my face with a smile, if she thought it was for the best. Pluto exceeded the wildest expectations of the pilot program, so much so that it was decommissioned in part because of her. The Celestial Mechanics has successfully built a monster that can withstand her. This engagement will end in disaster. And that is much more terrifying than this machine you're so eager to fight. That concerns me far more than you betraying us, or fighting a battle you can't possibly win. I don't think any of you really understand what you're doing. Pluto is unreal. She's far more overwhelming than any of you understood. If that ship is unworthy of Pluto, it's gonna be torn apart under the pressure of her. Not the other way around. Pluto is the only real human being. No wonder she feels so alien when she looks at us. You want me to let you take an impossibly dangerous mission because you think you can save our enemy. What can I say to that? Maybe she can teach you the lesson I can't. Like waking up underwater, too wet to burn. Oh, okay. Like waking up underwater, to the wet burn of your lungs' desperation for air. Like floating untethered in space, unable to move under your own power. Losing the security of gravity is like being naked in space. Gravity is necessary for human life in space. Gravity is necessary for unrestricted movement in space. Can't have one without the other. The force that binds your existence together. The force to shape foreign bodies. Pure agency. Gravity is necessary not just to live in space, but to be human in space. But being human is a little harder for Pluto. She has to work for it. The tidal forces of her spacefaring body, the Kroon Makala, are as strong as she believes and as weak as she feels. And Luna-Terra needs to make sure all the calculations are in order. Everything in her ship operates manually. She's just been at it long enough that it feels like a second skin. The jolt of nostalgia interrupts Luna-Terra's mental math. She forgets to carry the one. Interrupts Pluto's focus. She has a moment where she's not invincible. Close enough to touch the surface of the moon lab, Luna-Terra is seen and known by Pluto, and they are suddenly falling down the well of too late, and nothing you can do. I knew it. Warning, gravitational interface. Gravitational interference. It's important to get a grip. Knowing that there's nothing you can do is something Pluto considers freeing, and Luna-Terra considers exciting. Feeling doomed is clear permission to do whatever. As soon as Mare Curcilium is through the cloud cover, she fires solid light into the remains of the Celestial Mechanics lab and chases it through the wound. The lab is recently damaged by illegal launch of a hijacked ship, but that damage is barely noticeable compared to the massive hole left by a much larger ship crashing through. Luna-Terra acts fast under pressure. If there's no point in hiding, there's no point in stopping. It's true, Luna-Terra is living on the whim of Makala, which can probably do whatever to her at any time. If she can't run away, she wants to make the first move. It's the sort of thing that makes a lot of sense if you think about it, and no sense at all if you think a little more. But that's Luna-Terra, isn't it? She's betting you'll think too much, or not enough. Against Pluto, is that really such a good idea? She's someone who always thinks just enough, which makes it easy for Luna-Terra to slip through, deep into the lab, until it gets quiet, except for the sound of the moon quaking and trembling. After almost a year, the dread and the thrill is way too much to slow down and start talking. That's what the arrow flying into Pluto's gravity well is saying. Who will make the first move? When Luna-Terra punches the last armor layer, it opens up the terminal cavern. Light spills out and screaming sounds because the Makala is peeling the lab and most of the moon inside out with the force of its own tides. It's not something that's impossible or anything. It's just something that's only possible in theory, which is still terrifying. More terrifying. And more terrifying than that power is Pluto's finesse. And more terrifying than the finesse is her gentleness, spooling matter like threads in the tiny galaxy of which she is the sun. Her power is very kind, but it's also a little perverse. What meaning does mercy have from something that can core out a moon? Makala's developers compared it to a black hole. They wanted a machine so powerful and absolute, even light couldn't escape it. Luna-Terra understands now that was wrong. She's a star, gushing and twinkling with matter and light. Who wouldn't be swept up with that? The Mare Crescentium is so small. Pluto has never seen it from a perspective like Makala's before. She never imagined it would look so fragile from here, like a toy version of the fierce fighter she remembered. Pluto's sense of scale is true. Luna-Terra feels like a plastic toy too. Come on, say something. It's making me sad. It really does fit you. So much more than I ever thought. Is it hard to look away? Being able to render you speechless is the power I've always dreamed of. What do you think? I know just a look won't change your mind, but I want you to tell me. Tell you what? That I regret betraying you? I told you then that I always would. No! I won't let you do that, Luna-T. Do you think I'd be mad? I mean, of course I'm mad at you, but not for anything you did to me. I would never be mad at you for not having enough faith in me to see through the Krail's Graces' dreams of a new home for humans in space. I'm just mad at you for not having enough faith in yourself to see it through. And leaving all the work to me. Oops, I guess that is why I'm a little upset with you. Not mad, you know? Just disappointed. I can't believe I'm still the one scolding you like a kid. I'm trying to be the grown-up, you know? I did the responsible thing. I took the realistic option. I'm here to play the part of the boring adult, the grown-up villain. Oh, that's right. I remember why I'm actually mad at you. Better not go down quietly. What you just said. I'll forgive you and stupid, but I'll never forgive you if you believe in. And you better not believe in it, because I won't forgive you for fighting for a future that cruel. And that doesn't leave me a lot of options. I don't think I can fight against that. Don't you dare. I won't forgive that either. Were you hoping maybe that it wouldn't be like this? That I wouldn't have to fight? It'll change you. In ways you don't understand. I've seen you fight so many times. I saw when you got that scar and your poor ship got a wound. Has anyone else seen that side of you as much as me? I don't think so. Not even Europa. But it's different when you're on the other side. You think I don't really know you? Because I've never stared down the barrel of your rifle or felt a knife of yours nick my ship? It's a different kind of knowing. Teach me then. Or I'll teach you. Maybe Pluto should learn a lesson. I think she's a little too big for her space diapers. Never forgotten. Every story told. What's it gonna be, Luna-T? Oh, right. You never want to make the first move. Then I can go. Pluto sweeps up the swirling, trembling matter of the hollowed-out moon. Making the second move has always worked out for Luna-Terra. She's never been good at setting the pace, only outsmarting it. So, it's the only move to make. Even still, maybe there aren't any winning moves. Luna-Terra has to be ready for that possibility. The Chronicala is a very impossible sort of machine. Almost as impossible as Pluto. Chronicala can grind space-time to a crawl with its tidal forces. Chronicala can pull ambient matter into a world with enough friction for the combustion to give birth to a star. Emotionally and almost as much physically. A tiny sun is born, but Luna-Terra has just gotten out of the way. Luna-Terra isn't where Pluto is expecting, and then there's suddenly a hail of bullets in her skull. Pluto doesn't mind the onslaught, but it's still shocking. But not in an unpleasant way. It's actually very joyful. Really? Really? You're not just trying to scare me. For real, not a joke? You're finally gonna have a fight about it? Is this body so me that you finally aren't getting weird about fighting it? Luna-Terra thinks Pluto could use a lesson on how terrifying actual combat can be. But is there anyone terrifying enough to teach it to her? Are you trying to hide from me? I've been waiting for a real fight. I'm tired of you telling me you think I'm right. If you really thought that, you'd be here on my side. So prove I'm wrong already. Or admit defeat. Bullets through her arm and chest and pretty much everywhere, but that's not a problem. Tear the bullets, even if they're light. Redirect them with gravity. Pull them into a cosmic whirl. They will never even touch her. They will be always approaching, never meeting. They'll be on an infinite whirl. And that whirl will become a star, washing the Mare Crisium in heat and light and radiation. Ah, that's more like it. Not fast enough, Pluto. And then, she runs Pluto through. It's not enough, but it hurts. It's serious. The brittle spear is of a cold and rational metal that repels cosmic concepts. Thank God. I was beginning to worry you didn't care about anything anymore. So here. The star, supernovas. Chronicala holds the star, and Chronicala is the star. Luna-Terra almost doesn't get out of it. Her engines overheat, the electromagnetic current shorts her sensors, and her chassis is fried. But she can move more than Pluto can, at least for long enough to get away. But I'm still ahead of you. Now I know why everyone hates you so much. You're no fun to fight with at all. Are you kidding? Like you fight fair? Now that I know what you're really like, I'm not gonna accept anything less. I don't want to do that again. Well, too bad. Whose fault is that? Yeah. I know. Ever since the day Mars began, Mars has been doomed. No, there will never be a planet called Mars. That's a name reserved for places where human life, gravity, and culture reign. This is just bitter Aries. But like the stingy, inedible weeds that grow when nothing else does, Krail's Graces has dug in, and we can't get them out. The colonies are wrecked, the terraforming engines are broken, and gravity furnaces are out of control. There's no resources left on the planet, no strategic value. This planet doesn't even exist, it's an inert rock. There's no point in fighting. There's no need to fight. Ship cells can't keep you alive alone forever, and even if that was the case, we could leave tomorrow and claim victory. Most of the Memorial Foundation NSCS fleet already did, and that's why there's barely any of us left. I'm out. What? Why don't those idiots just fucking die on a rock? What this for? Essential communication on August 31st, 1978 by Memorial Foundation troops. Hey, it's not like we're idiots. We know we're doomed. This planet still doesn't fulfill the requirements for human life, and life is just a start anyway. Don't you know that gravity is something more important? You do understand celestial mechanics, right? Matter is made up of tiny particles, but enough of it exerts gravity that stitches the universe together. Culture is made of tiny humans, and enough of it together can decide what's real and what isn't. It is really quite fucked up that this is how decisions about humans get made. Enough humans can decide anything, and then it'll be true, even about what's human and what's not. They don't even have to wait for the deadline. They're already decided that any human without their feet planted on the earth isn't in fact not a human. That's a pretty usual thing for humans to do. No differences of any kind need to exist. We'll just be aliens. And then they'll send the real military after us, and we'll die. But if we just hold the line here, for our princess to get through and make it to the moon, she'll open up the gravity well. And then we get to decide. Internal communication sent on January 25th, 1981 by Krail's Graces Irregulars. It's morning on Aries, but what's time and space? If we can get our capital ship launched and refueled within the prototype, retrofitted with the final equipment, we'll have everything in place. Keep out the canyons of Mars, where Krail's Graces and Memorial Foundation are bickering. Hold the city ruins against the invading troops, and make sure no one tries to set the oxygen ocean on fire while we refuel. It's a pretty thankless job. But me, I can't wait to see what happens. This is the most exciting space has ever been. Before we got here, this is a dead rock. But the best we could have ever hoped for was Earth in a different place. Who needs that? Far in the distance, the moon's gravity well shines. If no one controls it before the deadline is up, Earth will take drastic steps to ensure that Earth is not divided. What they're afraid of happening will ensure that it happens. We'll finally have something alien in space. Private communication sent January 26, 1981 by Celestial Mechanics researcher. Day 3. Receiving report. Alert. Report not accepted. 2 errors detected. Error 1. A failure to explain why Celestial Mechanics ship self string of pearls was not successfully apprehended. Error 2. A failure to explain why Krail's Graces' ship self, Makala, has not been successfully incapacitated. Please correct errors before proceeding. Resubmit. Warning, no corrections submitted. Force resubmit. Generating new assignments. Penalty assignment, Sniper Duty, Planet Aries. Currently held by Krail's Graces. Purpose, preventing Celestial Mechanics refueling and egress. Penalty assignment, Sniper Duty, Krail's Graces held Planet Aries. Purpose, top secret. Take out Krail's Graces' prototype Makala on research assignment in Krail's Graces' territory. Penalty assignments cannot be refused. Indicate that you have understood new orders. System for gravitational catapult. Prepare launch to inner solar system. So they're mad at me, even though we're winning the war, technically. was like, how come you haven't successfully incapacitated the strongest ship self that's ever existed with a prototype? Enjoying your missions? More thrilling work than fighting the half-hearted troops left on Ares? Much, much more. I forgot what it was like to work this hard. I'm rusty. Are you happy with your progress? I don't know. Are you unhappy? I don't know. It's always been very hard to tell with you, though I'm not sure if I can answer that question better than you. I've known you since you were freshly assigned to the first pilot wave. You are so delicate. And you've become more delicate, even as you've become stronger. I don't think you described me back then as delicate. I saw it very clearly, though. The other executives thought you were a scrappy pain in the butt. You were just scared. There's no point in pretending otherwise. You just see through it. I guess I haven't changed as much as I thought. Long ago, I saw a strong and delicate girl. I have worked hard to make you more and more of that, rather than simply cultivating your strengths. Understanding your weaknesses is needed to grow. Let me ask you again, and this time, focus. Count backwards from 20. Remember a moment of comfort. I'll wait. Are you happy or unhappy? I don't know. Because I feel like I'm on the cusp of something. It's frightening, yet it could be something amazing. That's a real feeling. Good girl. Are you blushing? Anyone would. I feel even more embarrassed than I did back then. Ah, that's an even better feeling to have. Hold on to that one. Man, Europa is such a bitch. Cute bitch. Oh gosh, unified culture theory. Subject, Unified Culture Theory. Origin, pre-installed reference material. Author, Memorial Foundation. Introductory lecture. Sorry, literature. I got a lot of mucus built up. Unified culture theory is a brute forcing of defined solutions for the universe through the forcible elimination of all other possibilities. The theory is attractive to those who desire a beautiful, simple, and endlessly complex solution to the universe. In order to develop this theory, there needs to be a solution for the Nix inversion Iverson? The Nix inversion paradox, which demands that anything not human exists in the Eververse. The most compelling current premise of a unified culture theory under contemporary physical models involves a full integration of all available concepts, directed and established in such a way as to maximize benefit for humanity. This theory of everything speaks to the desire to know, understand, and master the universe while also incorporating a premise of universal love. Happiness for everybody, free, let no one be left behind. Unlike tyrants of old and crushed alternate the only cause the existential enemy to blossom, such a unified welcome and forgive all humanity and direct to benefit, and that might be. That sounds way too good to be true. Hellemate 1. Leaked data packet. Second generation pilot candidate interviews. Why me? Well, because you're special. A special kind of child. All children are special. Huh. That's true, they are. I'm not more special than those children. We think you might be. Special how? You're the top of your class already at such a young age. We think that you might be able to do things that other children can't. My sister is better than me at all those things, and my Aunt Europa when she was my age. We think you might be special in a different sort of way. Can you look at the bots in front of you? Okay. Pass your hand over the bots. Okay. Nothing happened. We're using an instrument to measure something that is very, very small, but moving it ever so little that you cannot see that it will be very important. How did you do that? How did I do that? You should not think about it. Just do it. I can't. I know you can. I can't. Your aunt and your sister could easily do as much, so you can do as much too. Oh, it moved! Did you get that? Yes, I saw it move. Literally saw it. Contact the director immediately. Darn, I thought that was Europa until it mentioned it not being Europa, being the interviewee. Alright, mission select. Oh, wait, save. Saving is good. Rift in the Earth or 400mm kiss? I'm gonna do Rift in the Earth first. Oh, I need more water. Rift in the Earth. After a maiden voyage, Krail's Graces is testing the finishing touches on the terrifying Krun Makala prototype. It's a chance for Luna-Terra to defeat their trump card. But, will she close the rift between them instead? Or only widen it deeper? Remember, kids, always save your game. Luna-Terra, cancel the launch. There are new orders. Really? I thought they were very insistent about this mission. It's a good idea, so I thought I'd do it. The new orders are, Kratos Graces' superweapon has contacted the base already. Send anyone except for Luna-Terra there immediately. I see. Well, prep Mayor Christian for launch. Luna-Terra, even I have to say something if you would disobey an order right in front of my face. But you don't disagree, or you'd stop me instead of saying something. A certain degree of questioning orders from the top is allowed. Given who's in charge, obviously. Helen Maid is just a foolish princess. If Krail's Graces is using that new weapon, that's all the more reason not to send randos who wouldn't stand a chance against it. You fundamentally misunderstand Memorial Foundation, Luna-Terra. Helen Maid leads the recovery effort because no one else is fit. Only that naive, conceited, foolish girl has the love required to bring humanity back to Earth. Naive, one-sided, and unself-aware love? Nonetheless, this is exactly the love that is required. It's for us to interpret that fundamental impulse in a way that will ensure strategic advantage. So I will ask you, does love motivate your actions? Or are you just that eager to find someone to shatter you into orbit? Your connection with that pilot, and don't think I don't know about it, or who she is. Which is it? Guilt or love? Will you let me go if I say I need to see it or know? I would advise against it. Her love might be stronger than ours. That's possible. All the more reason you shouldn't get near it. Well, let me take that risk. Make up and forget, or fight until we forgive each other. I should have looked at the what the standings for everything was. But I know... Well, actually, I think Memorial Foundation is at 12%, and Celestial Mechanics is at 25%? I'm gonna do fight until we forgive each other. Thankful for our graces, but we're not coming back. The balance shifts because Luna-Terra hesitated, and Pluto did too. Pluto passes over Ares Canyon once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times. Luna-Terra had a chance to make the first move, but Pluto couldn't keep pretending she didn't notice her lying in wait. It wasn't that Luna-Terra was ready to take the shot, it's that she still hadn't decided to take it or not. Pluto has been waiting for her to grow up for a long time. She's tired of being the one waiting. There's no time for elegant duels or anticlimactic sniping. When Chromakala crashes into the canyon, it's the worst kind of fight. Chromakala's fingers will no longer be able to open or close, but she swipes with a useless limb anyway. The ring finger of Pluto's ship self twists off, breaking with the force of the backhanding Mercrocinium into the canyon wall, which scrambles to its feet, and then falls down immediately. Luna-Terra's balance gyros must be broken, but that's not so bad. At least she still has 2 legs, unlike the Chromakala. Luna-T, you really are the most stubborn woman I know. I'm proud of you though, but that you're only this tenacious when I'm finally being serious is a little vexing, you know? I mean, I've kept it going this long. That's account for something, right? I don't want to wreck you. I just really need you to win or lose. Could you at least do that, please? Both of those are so hard to do. Now you got 5 minutes to grow up. Pluto's reach is longer than expected. Little tricks of gravity. It might not be enough. The Mercrocinium was made to not be caught. More precisely, Luna-Terra made the Mercrocinium something that couldn't be caught. No! Don't you dare! Her fingers refuse to close, and Mercrocinium slips away. Huh. Sorry, I'm such a cockroach. Don't be. Slipping away is so like you. And I don't know what else I expected. Luna-T, I really can't let you get away. Not without an answer. I'm not doing that. What are you trying to do then? We promise we'd fight until one of us won. Then we go along with whatever the other decided. So you're trying to take that away from me too? Luna-Terra holds Chromakala's severed left tidal reactor. Pluto can go without it, but not for long. That's what makes the Chromakala so impossible, and without it, she can't be impossible for very long. That core is everything I have! But the rest of me isn't gonna last long without it. So it might as well be everything. If I don't have that, I can't follow you. Win or lose. I really don't think it's good for you. The Chromakala makes a leap and crashes into the ground, just short of the Mercrocinium. It's just close enough Luna-Terra nearly forgets to take the opportunity to get a shot in Chromakala's chest before she can recover to block it. You're gonna lecture me about doing what's healthy? You've got a lot of nerve. It's not cute. If we had to fight each other like this, I really wish it didn't have to be with you and that thing. You don't like it, huh? You've always been like this. You're trying to tell me what's good for me? You don't want to admit that this is really me? Luna-T, I would listen to you if you ever listened to me once ever. I told you I haven't gotten any better in the time we've been apart. I don't want you to not be strong or beautiful, or amazing. I just don't want you to be holding this weight of Krail's graces for everyone's hopes and dreams all by yourself. So please, just rest. Don't tell me that. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. You never listen, and you know I'll always let you win in the end. But not this time. I don't know what you mean. I've been very patient. So if you keep playing dumb, you're gonna make me mad. I said I don't know what you mean. I don't want anything else. I'm a cockroach. I don't need anything myself. Liar! Are you trying to make me mad? Be satisfied with it. I don't have any other answer. If I had one, I'd give it, so drop it. I'm not satisfied. No. You grow up, and you be the adult for once. Get back here! Chromacalla's feet are still broken, but Pluto moves her with gravity alone. Mercrocinium's engines, Flare Navi, is broken. Everything is broken, but it will move. No, 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 no! Not this time. Chromacalla's twin tidal reactors are falling apart with one of them nearly torn out, yet she still moves. The pressure of the unrestricted gravity peels the paint off of Mercrocinium. Her steels and plastics are chattering. Her remaining useless arm snaps, and her engine wings creak. That pressure is not enough to bring her down, but it's enough for her to falter, and Chromakalla grabs her foot and slams her to the ground. Mercrocinium creaks and strains, trying to flee, so Pluto pulls the rest of herself on top of her. Pluto, I'm serious. You're not the only one. I have things I'm willing to be hard and cruel for me now, too. Mercrocinium fires a firearm. It doesn't dent Pluto. Opens her hand. The fingers don't work, but the does, which flays Luna-Terra, but gently. I'm really serious this time. I can't stop for a second, so I really need it back. It's already been too long, so give me the part of me you took. Mercrocinium opens her left hand. Pluto's missing reactor is still beating wildly. Sorry to be like this, but this ship's self and what it can do are more important than me, than anything else about me. Nothing is more important than you. A gentle click. Luna-Terra's sidearm pointed at the stolen reactor fires. A solid light slug misses, just barely. There's a second shot, but it's buried into Pluto's blocking hand. And there's a third shot, but Pluto's ripped off the arm of Mercrocinium, so it's just the last reflex of a limb separated from its owner. But that's all that the broken arm of Chromakalla can take. Its fingers make a last twitch before her arm finally snaps under its own weight, and the Chromakalla falls to what's left of it to its knees. How long are you gonna make me put up with this? What do you mean? You don't want to fight with me. Not a fight for real. Your heart isn't in it. So let's not. No! No, no, no! That's the only thing I want! Why are you like this? Acting like you know what I want better than I do. So what if you're right? Of course I don't want to fight you! Damn it, I hate you! After all that, I'm the one who's crying at the end. The last time it was like this, I was the one crying too. Now I'm more powerful like you. I have something I'm fighting for like you. Fighting for something that's not you. Or anyone but me. So let me fight for that. Stop protecting me. Stop making me fight for you. It's so easy to fight for you. If I'm not careful, it's all I'll ever want to do. I'm sorry. Don't want a sorry. You think it's so easy to not care about you, but it's not. It's easy for you to not care about you, but it's the hardest thing for me. I'm still the one who ended up crying again! You wouldn't listen to me back then either. Macrocinium rises, gently brushing away the burnt portions of Chromakala's armor. The joints are already starting to heal. As gravity pulls them back, almost just as good as new, but a little changed. I know you. Don't distract yourself, dummy. Reattaching arms is hard, so do mine right at least. It was the last time, too. I said, you deserve better. I said, you are better. And I just ignored it because I'm stupid. Not because I'm cool. Thank God! Everything is worth it. If you finally don't think you're cool anymore. Day 4. Okay, so Memorial Foundation needs a win. Luna-Terra needs spins a giant wheel. Therapy! Lots of it. Gosh. Considering she's a soldier, I'm pretty sure as soon as she gets to Earth, she'll be completely abandoned by the military, just like vets usually are. So they'll be like, find therapy yourself. And you know, the will to survive. Secular astrology? Explained? Part 1. Ooh, excuse me. Author Pilot Mars. Oh, interesting. Mars is Drizzle's favorite character. But she only appears in Pluto story. She's a whiner. She's a big crybaby. I love her. I don't know why you suddenly asked about this, and I'm not the person who knows anything about it, but sure, I guess. I learned this all from Pluto, so you could have just asked her. Too nervous, huh? Just so I'll write through you. Well, because I feel sorry for you, I'll tell you all about it. Venus, Luna-Terra, and Mars are the interpersonal distances. If Venus is the breath of the body and Mars is the blood, Luna-Terra is flesh and represents skin-to-skin distance. That's why it represents family. The Earth and the Moon are different, but they're parts of the same thing. A 2-in-1. Certainly, the Moon also represents something different, but it's also part of us. When you think of it as a dark side, you forget that it's composed of your own same flesh. It's not your mirror, it's your back. Mars is beneath the skin distance, and that's blood. But it's also, well, the ways that humans communicate, not skin to skin, but beneath skin to skin. Get it? Don't make me spell it out. That's the reason for fucking and fighting to feel really similar sometimes. Pluto said the other day, it's like you two only know that one language, and that's the only talking you ever do in it. The solar system maps out a human body, but colonizing the planets, a greater human body will exist, and the sun has the inseparable totality of it all. That's the philosophical justification, and it's kind of romantic, right? Maybe it's kind of fake, though. I tried to read it in Drizzle's voice because, I mean, Drizzle's favorite character who Drizzle loves to voice. It felt pretty right. Also, it's really interesting. Oh wait, this is archive message retrieval. I was about to say, it's interesting that Mars would even message Luna-Terra right now, because Mars hates Luna-Terra for her betrayal. Like, will not forgive her. They were really close girlfriends. This game got a lot of polykills in it. But it says archived message retrieval. So it's an old message from before when they were all still on the same side. She's a whiner. Ah, so that's why Drizzle likes her. I mean, I know you're teasing, but like, kinda, yeah. Drizzle likes whining and crying and pissing and shitting. But I guess those last two weren't really well, I guess considering they all are in space, they're all possibly wearing diapers. So declassifications, Commander Europa. My kids are my kids. And also, they're not my kids anymore. Please stop calling them your kids when they are my students. They're not my children. I am not being pedantic. I am not doing it to avoid being attacked. I am already more attached than is best. Don't encourage it. They're grown-ups. And also fools. Mars is the most genius pilot, but she's just as much as a fool as everyone else. She does everything but cry and complain and win effortlessly, like a real hero. If she was a boy, then they would call her that. And you wouldn't be asking me who the best pilot is. You'd just know. Only in space would that girl be allowed to be a hero. She deserves her moment in the sun. She might win the war for us single-handedly. Anything else that isn't her story will just be a blip of fate off the sky. Rest easy. She's going to win the day. When the others interfere, they're not going to steer the course of the future any more than a little bit to the left or right of the course that Mars is sailing. I'm not going to interfere. Valuing their independence is important. They'll be adults soon. And then they won't be anyone's kids. Insist on the comparison, and it will become clear how far we are from fulfilling that role for them. For my part, I don't wish to forget that there are limits to what we can do, and who we can be. Though yes, as a matter of fact, I am tired of them calling me Dad. Damn, gotta love those butch lesbian mommies. So I have to ask. Oh, well, wait, wrong. I was so caught in the Europa voice thoughts. So, just don't go back to Earth, nerd. Also, fun fact, the giant wheel only had therapy written in it. Oh, I figured it was therapy all around the wheel, cause yeah, she needs it bad. But that's the thing, Luna-Terra agreed to go back to Earth. She's literally working for the faction that wants to bring everyone back to Earth. She's like a wounded puppy. She's like Denji! She's like Denji, but she fully recognizes that she's being a dog. I mean, they called her her mecha leash before the first mission, so I guess that was pretty clear. She's a dog of the military. Ah, bootlickers. I like a lot of things Drizzle likes. I won't necessarily decry them, but I will make fun of her for it. Mars is a very good girl. Whining is also fun. Though I try not to whine personally. I want people to take me seriously after all. Except I don't love Europa because, well, Europa, obviously. I mean, Europa needs therapy too. Never too old. Sorry. I shouldn't say needs. I want to say benefits from. Because I want to dismantle the narrative that, like, okay, so I want to dismantle the narrative of just, oh, someone has trauma or someone's not okay or someone's toxic. needs therapy. Not because therapy isn't useful, because it is useful and helpful, and I do maintain that, but because of the world we live in and how lots of people who need therapy will not get it because, or who could benefit from therapy will not get it because of all these different forces, insurance, pride, or even trying to go through a therapist and it doesn't work out because you have to go through multiple therapists to find the right one, to find the one that meshes with you or something. There's so many different things that get in the way. Obviously, as a joke and stuff, it's fine, not a problem at all. But like when I think about conversations with people, when I'm like, wow, this person's like really hurting, I cannot, like, there's no way I can do the emotional labor necessary for them to be like okay and start healing, right? Therapy would be good for them, but I don't necessarily go out and go, hey, have you thought about therapy? Although for some people maybe it hasn't crossed their mind. Though ironically, most of our friends that we think would benefit from therapy are already in therapy. We would also benefit from therapy, but we can't afford it right now. So we kind of white knuckle it. So I have to ask, how do you really feel about me coming back to Memorial Foundation? You were a loyal and efficient ace pilot for Memorial Foundation for the entire Cold War, against our alien and ultimately irrelevant existential threat from beyond the system. And then you were perfectly loyal to the pilots left adrift by the decommissioning of the pilot program and colonization project. Now you're perfectly loyal to Memorial Foundation again. You haven't betrayed our side at all. That's a generous reading. You betrayed plenty of love-struck pilots, but your political loyalty is impeccable. So even if Halamade doesn't trust or forgive you, I welcome your return. That's not gonna be a problem, that she doesn't. Oh, she welcomes your return the most, but keep on your toes. That one, I don't have any questions about. Keep your friends close and your exes closer. Except if you're not still suspicious of me for betraying Memorial Foundation. How about her? Oh, that I'll be mad at both of you about for a very long time. Please don't worry about it, however, as you've both made each other suffer more than enough to make up for your youthful indiscretions. Hopefully the two of you hooking up to somehow get at me was the most hilarious part, as you end up punishing each other more than I ever could have. Can we talk politics again? I think I get the picture already. That's not to say that the two of you still don't have a lot of reasons left to learn from the experience. Once I'm sure you've learned them, your punishment will be over. I'm suddenly very interested in hearing about factions again. Oh, and on that note, I'm not as worried. Just remain true to what you really believe in, Luna-Terra. Europa's planting some seeds for her to defect again. That's what it feels like. Memorial Foundation needs this win. 400mm kiss. Memorial Foundation deploys a certain sniper to stop escape and resupply routes on the resting Celestial Mechanics fleet. All Siren needs to do is stay out of trouble. But what's the chance of that? I cannot be taken seriously, so I don't care. I do care about being a good little, top. Apologies for turning it into Drizzle Slander Hour. They're one of my favorite faves, no matter what. Aw, I'm sure she'll be glad to hear that. Meow. Sometimes Drizzle Slander Hour is fun, though. This is definitely not the first time it's happened. Yeah, our hair keeps tickling my forehead. Stupid hair. Stupid fur. Tickly fur. Guard duty in Olympia City. Command is worried the Celestial Mechanics unit might try to escape while the fleet is launching, using the cityscape as cover. Then they've just given up on catching them on Ares. If their only hope is them being that stupid. It's a ruined husk, and even Kratos' Graces isn't clinging to it, like they cling to even the faintest sign of life on Mars. Excuse me, Ares. Well, it's boring, pointless work that no one wants to do, and it's gonna make me wonder if someone's actually mad at me. You let the prototype escape, Luna-Terra, and the most generous assumption is incompetence, which from you they have a hard time buying. That's not fair. I'm completely incompetent. They should know that by now. You are only incompetent in the ways you wish to be. That's an awfully profound way to call me lazy. If you were simply lazy, you wouldn't go out of your way to find so much trouble to get into. And that's the reason why this assignment is so disastrous as a punishment. Boring you is dangerous. I learned that very early on in your career. There's no way to make you sit still. Oh? Maybe I'll try it this time. This is a good sniper spot with a view of the whole city. I won't move from here. Why does it sound less like you're promising to behave, and more like you're going to brag about how much trouble you can get into without even moving? Either way, they're sure to put me back on the front, right? Luna-Terra gets a point-blank encounter. Oh, like, goes into the face. Saturn gets no-scoped by Luna-Terra? Okay! I love these descriptions! Never forgotten, every story told. The balance shifts, because Luna-Terra could hold still, and Saturn couldn't. Correctly, for gravity, it's unsettlingly weak. Credit for the cold blue starry daylight of the fragile Ares atmosphere. Sniping from the remains of the capital spire is like being just an eye and a trigger finger. A thrilling place for Luna-Terra to fight. Credit for wind, it's skittish and powerless. Credit for gravity, there's still too much of it. Credit for the nuisances of this infant planet that will never be. Skirting along the abandoned roads of the city that never was is like being an exposed nerve, a thrilling place for Saturn to fight. I see you. Luna-Terra squeezes the trigger for the 17th time. The cover couldn't protect String of Pearls from Luna-Terra's eyes, and it sure can't protect her from her trigger finger. Engage reactor, infiltrate inertial control. The slug whips right by Saturn, and that's 7 times dodged. The 4 striking holes in her chassis, marching closer to the String of Pearls' heart, mark what happens when she doesn't. Getting shot still sucks. Saturn isn't used to it. That one was close. That one was really, really, really close. Tell me, I'm getting better, right? No way it's just luck. You've gone from getting hit all the time to getting hit half of the time. That's better. But what you want is for me to hit you none of the time. Don't tell me what I want. Maybe I love being shot. You wouldn't be the first. Wow, weird. You must fight some really problematic people. Some pilots find interesting ways to pass the time. I kinda get the appeal. What else is there to do? If you didn't love getting shot so much, you wouldn't run around space shooting each other. If that's true, why did you come here to fight? If that's true, why'd you? There's nothing left or right over on air. Maybe one thing to do more fun than look demure and get shot at. Someone has to do the shooting. That tells me that position you favor, but it doesn't answer my question. I'm taking evasive maneuvers. If I dodge the next one, answer my question. I won't answer the first one, but I'll answer a different one. If you dodge. Siren gets so quiet. She gets so still. Yet her heart is thumping. Her reactor is thumping with resonance. It's obvious Luna-Terra is sniping her from the tower, the city's last and tallest building. But now, suddenly, she isn't so sure. She isn't sure if she knows where Luna-Terra is or if she knows anything about her at all. What did her face look like again? It's not that Siren wasn't on the ready. She's baiting. She knows exactly what she's doing. Luna-Terra just guessed for the 1/2 second where Siren wasn't ready and slipped her solid light bullet in that space. The shot lands right in her throat. For a moment, Saturn's just, I'm dead. But she's not. Then she hurts so bad she wants to die. But she's just mistaking the very different thing the string of pearls feels instead of that. It's not really pain, but it's a feeling so overwhelming it shuts Siren down like pain would. It's fascinating, full of information. Luna-Terra, you're not doing a very good job of convincing me not to try and get shot. I've heard that before too. You sure are having fun. What makes you think that? Want to know how I know? When correcting for gravity, the impression you leave in space feels a little for a second like... Well, someone might say it's like an eye roll, but I think it's kind of like a giggle too. Maybe that counts as it. You don't win cat and mouse games by batting every time a head pokes out. It's somehow you do. You're good at making people not follow their own better instincts. You shouldn't be getting me to teach you to fight fair. You do much better like this. Oh, thank you. I don't fight fair because I have absolutely no idea how to fight. But this is why I hate you, Luna-Terra. You just don't get it. I want to beat you at something you're good at. You're really tough. Not your sniping, which can't stop me at all, but how you're totally impenetrable. You're doing something tricky. What are you doing? It's still my question. My hit? That's the rules. Why are you here? Firstly, because I refuse to ever be bored. Just like you. Secondly, wiping that smug expression off your face is my deepest desire, so teach me how to weave through your fire and sink my claws in you. What's the third reason? Not telling! I already gave you one for free. Nice dodge. My question then. Dodge a real one first. Luna-Terra fires, and Siren leaps forward directly into it. The bullet misses. Her tail sparks, and she thrusts through the atmosphere. How's that? Good work. But you have to keep it up. Luna-Terra lands a bullet straight through her legs, and Siren crumples. But the moment her limbs heal, Siren leaps again. She's ready for the next bullet, but not the one behind it. But that one's a clean shot, right through her. No stopping power at all, and she leaps through again. And she is gone in the rubble before Luna-Terra can land another shot. Is that more dodges or more hits? Counterpoint! Here's my opinion on getting shot so far. It fills my brain with overwhelming information and barely stops me from doing anything at all because I'm in control of an impossible war machine. So, can you actually say you really hit me? Flawed argument. Really disappointing. I was expecting a lot better. Am I losing? Can I ever lose? No matter how much you shoot me? I don't think so. I don't actually think so. This machine is never gonna lose. You can pin me down. You might be better than me, but you couldn't beat me in a million years. But this machine is never gonna lose. You can pin me down. You might be so much better than me that I couldn't beat you in a million years, but I will keep trying to beat you with my dumb luck. Maybe that one is true. You never hit me. Why are you here? Did you know there's a theory that ship cells can't actually be destroyed? You can break as much of them as you want, but the gravity engine will always pull it back into shape. As long as you're sufficiently tenacious, you can survive anything and try again until you get it right. So you do get what this machine is for. My little favorite person in the world came up with that theory, and this is the ship self to test it. So naturally, I know all about it. But it's true that no one has died. That's why they get to say that there's still no war in space. Dodging my question again? But in practice, wrecking a ship self until both the pilot and the ship give up is indistinguishable. Because you can become so broken, continuing is impossible. Even if they can't kill you, you can be changed. You think that you can do that to me, or is it that you want to have it happen to you? I have. So people have much more fun with this than you do. Ah! This is a really good end for a diaper joke. This don't call it a war is nothing but play fighting. All it takes is someone not playing all along to ruin it all. A solid light slug passes so close to Siren's head that the heat chars her face black. But it's not a hit. She incriminated to the left, 0.5 seconds before impact. Oh, you're getting better. It's definitely my question now. I'm still answering. That theory has not been disproven. It's more than likely true. But this is something you should know first. Your body can't be killed or destroyed, but it can be changed. When you're hit, truly hit, you're bent into a different kind of shape. And through that, you can change. I think you should ask yourself if you're ready for that before you say you want to play with me for real. Speaking from experience about the always bleeding wound on your ship cell, it's not always a bad thing to. Last one. If you can't dodge this, I don't think. Once again, Saturn feels Luna-Terra slip here. She's not anywhere. She never was. Once again, it's my hit. Electricity explodes from the target point and connects back to the origin. It starts from where Luna-Terra is, and when it connects back to Saturn, fast as light, the course correction defies the pathway retroactively. Wow. I'm an idiot. This is great. You're not supposed to be ecstatic about someone getting the best of you. That's my move. Sorry. But I was condescending before. Next time we fight, it'll be for real. What if I don't want to fight? Then I'll be for real too. September 12th, 1963. That's when the first and last artificial colony of the Naosphere was completed, in a tranquil bowl of stable gravity at Lagrange Point 5 at the front lane against existential threats, a training facility for a generation of humans adapted to fight in space, as a colony environment with the life, gravity, and culture necessary for human beings to thrive, live, die, and be born. with the hope that peace on earth would reign if we won this war in heaven. Without pressure, water boils off our tongues and we dissolve into component parts. Without culture, we forget the shapes we're supposed to have and turn inside out into something else. Out of necessity, we created a pressurized environment, exerting enough gravitational pressure to maintain cohesion, all senses, in space. A ship self to ferry us through the world. They function only in places where the gravity of humans is too light to sustain existence. It was doomed from the start. Of course they were jealous of the humans the Earth no longer wanted, flying on zero-G wings. Dr. Nitz, Executive Director, Memorial Foundation, Existential Expansion. July 29th, 1958. That's when the Memorial Foundation International Executive Committee was granted international authority in spirit of unifying human peace and the verified presence of an existential threat outside the solar system to establish a cultural, military, and scientific response to existential threats. No longer confined to Earth, a growing native sphere where our gravity reigns forever, safely. Research and expansion, the three pillars of Memorial Foundation's space branch will protect Earth from without as much as from within. Free from the old world's gravity, it would be possible to advance science, art, and culture without constraint, and join hands. All of Earth, finally unified. For Memorial Foundation, protecting humans from other humans through peace on Earth, and protecting humans from everything else through war in heaven, would fulfill both of our agendas simultaneously. We really foolishly decided we could do better. There are two efforts to this approach. The first is that to do better in heaven is meaningless if it cannot be exported to Earth. The space program was never rejected by the surface, it simply did not have enough relevance to sustain interest. The second error is the intrinsic error of Memorial Foundation. The existential threat is intrinsic to humanity. You can fight it, but you cannot cut it out. The designation of alien is required by humans. We cannot trick an existential threat into a convenient manifestation. As it has always been, only humans can fulfill the criteria to be alien. Europa Chief Officer, Memorial Foundation, Existential Safety. I see. So Europa actually understands bigotry quite well. As long as we can dehumanize someone, we can do whatever we want to them without remorse, it seems. January 2nd, 1980. That's when they blew up the Lagrange colony. It was a real shame. It was green, wet, and very peaceful. And now it's very cold, green, wet, and very unsettling. It's where we did a lot of legitimately incredible things, like create sustainable tidal reactors, new culture, experiment with human bodies and human development, manufacture self-sufficient alter egos for space exploration, and did everything other than successfully combat the unknowable existential threat. Earth and the Memorial Foundation surface considers that a failure. Both, in truth, they're not just trying hard enough. Through gravity, humans decide what is real and what is not. Humans cannot make whatever they imagine come true. Through imagining, humans chart out what is true. They invent, with human effort, what exists. If an existential threat doesn't exist, we just have to make one. But of course, it doesn't work like that. Nothing could be more difficult than creating something alien. Our only reference points are humans. So the idea of something alien is unimaginable because we cannot imagine outside of those terms. There's a certain degree of misunderstanding needed for humans to successfully classify something as alien. But before they blew it up, we got very close. Leopardus, Executive Director, Memorial Foundation Existential Research. Day 5. What if Luna-Terra just gay and forget Earth? Definitely sounds fun. So fuck Earth, I just want a polycule instead. Receiving report. Provisional acceptance of pilot mission completion. Incoming alert. All Memorial Foundation troops. Abandon Ares front line. All units immediately rendezvous with main fleet at the Pilot Academy Lagrange colony on the way to Celestial Mechanics Moonbase. Generating new assignments. Provisional assignment. Special operations mission. Secure Lagrange colony as possible launch point for Celestial Mechanics hit and run tactics. Provisional assignment. Special operations mission. Destruction of obsolete Academy research technology before it falls into the hands of Krail's Graces. Provisional assignments will reduce your penalty status. Indicate you have understood new orders. Understood. Ready for gravitational catapult. Prepare launch to Lagrange point 5. Oh, to Lagrange point 5. I thought it was a countdown. Hey, look, it's all even. I believe this is the last day, or the last chapter at least. So yeah, keep that in mind. Game's gonna be coming to an end soon. I believe this is the last couplet of missions. Could be wrong though. Pilot Helimate Annual Report. Second Generation Pilot Program. Declassified. Pilot Assessment Reports. She's not coming out of her room or refuses to pilot it. Figures the most well-behaved of all generational 2 pilots will have a tantrum like a storm when it finally came. Do you expect me to know what to do about it? Yes. It's not really your problem, though, is it? Don't start, I'm begging. Fine, fine. What's the big problem, then? She'll get over it. Is she upset about her sister? Of course she is. But not for the reason I thought. What did you think? That she missed her. Hilarious. And what's the actual reason? She won't accept a hand-me-down. The low Suchi. She won't pilot it. She won't pilot the perfect second-generation machine because it was made for her sister? She wants her own machine made. She's ridiculous. She said it would be fine if she died. But if it's just because she flaked out and got bored with space and left her problem in Helimade's lap, she won't do it. And siblings really are petty and mean, huh? Stop laughing and help! Wow. Europa doesn't exactly feel like a grown-up either, though. Secular Astrology Explained Part 2. Archive message retrieval from Pilot Mars. I only did this because you asked, okay? I warned you, this is dorky stuff. The ancient roots of it are really dubious. In case you were wondering, I think most of it was just made up. I mean, yes, I know that it's all made up, but not even made up by some wise man 1,000 years ago. It's made up by some dude in California. Anyways, that's the dude from California. What the dude in California does is that he organizes parts of the body into parts of the mind and the spirit. And he says that what you should do is think about your body not as a body, but as a tool for relating to other people. I know that they draw them on a body, but it's like, don't think of them as actual body parts. It's the way you communicate. So this chart might help? I think the point of it, in a way, is to remember that they're all parts of you, but also parts of other people. And you have ways of communication between each other using them. People always ask me for their charts because they want to be flattered about what they're good at. But that's not the point. You need to know where you have trouble too. I looked at mine so much right before we broke up, you know? Like it did me good, but you know, I'm so weak when it comes to Venus. That's the distance of breath, which means ability to read the atmosphere and talking. The way we communicate through breath. When you're bad at Venus, that doesn't mean you're bad with words, but you're bad at receiving words. You don't hear them, or you don't feed other people the words they need to live. Well, according to your chart, you're bad at that too. So I hope it helps. So they were still getting along even once they broke up. They were just mortal enemies once Luna-Terra betrayed. Which kind of makes sense. I'd feel kind of pissed too. Do we get along better or worse than we did back then? Let's talk about something else. Oh, is it really so bad these days? We don't get along because we're too much like each other. We used to be so different. What happened? I got older and learned a lot. That's enough to make me more like you. You're not giving me enough credit. Really? Do you think I blame you for being too good at teaching me the same lessons that made you who you are? Well, I'd always hoped. I blame you if I felt like it. There's nothing to blame you for. Nothing you wanted about me turned out like you said, so I stopped paying attention to any of your advice. I thought I was too smart for the rest, so it's just a convenience. So it's just a coincidence we ended up like each other. I never minded your lessons. Are you sure? I was a really harsh teacher. Are you really glad for it? I'm happy for everything I learned. Not for everything you taught me. I mean, it wasn't like you were wrong. Everything you said would happen, happened. But none of it happened like you said it would. If I followed your advice to the letter, it wouldn't have helped me at all. It was all just different enough. So I came up with my own answers. It wasn't until I looked back on them that I realized it was exactly what you would have done. Fair, I suppose. I should count that a success for me. But also, due to your effort for you. That's just what I wanted, though. I certainly never wanted a carbon copy of myself. I wanted you to improve on what you'd been handed. Do you think you did a good job? Shouldn't you be asking yourself that question, since you're the one in charge of the education? I was afraid you'd say that. Don't come to me for answers now, of all times. Well, at least there's plenty of time left for me to turn out right in the end. Oh wow, this is the first time she ended communications. Look at me in deeper cuts. No, I think there's gonna be another chapter after this. Things are too even. The Cold War is long over, and the existential threat is gone, but its memories will stir here. Will it be put to rest here? Or buried forever? You're quiet, Europa. What's up? Is that unusual? Sometimes, but you said I have a briefing for you 5 minutes ago. Aha, it seems I lost track of time again. But don't you already know what the mission is? Close the lens to prevent Krail's graces from opening it further. For the purpose of... who knows, Memorial Foundation on the ground wants it done. It was the observation device for existential threats, but in the end, we never knew if what we were seeing was or wasn't, or if we, the observers, were just seeing what we wanted to see. When it became clear that the celestial mechanics had been pushing development in the direction of things that they did not themselves understand, we chose to destroy the colony. Later works of the space colony era showed signs of an art and design movement potentially hazardous and implicitly treacherous to the human race. But very lovely. I wish we hadn't caught on so quick. Memorial Foundation on Earth would be loath to admit it, but it's possible it did, and does, in fact, work in one or more ways. Casts it all in a new light, doesn't it? I didn't expect you to feel nostalgic. I have some happy memories of the Academy, don't you? Yes. Some. But I'd rather move forward in a way that doesn't keep me dwelling. That's always a virtue, if you have learned from it. You're not just trying to forget. Keep your advice to the mission and not me. Well, I only have an interest in the success of one of those two things. The gate collapses in nostalgia and disaster, or the sort of fight you don't need a robot for. Betray. Thank you for your Krail's graces. The observatory's lens, a single eye, staring into space, threatening to blink. From the Academy Gardens, every pilot remembers watching the observatory twitch as it focused on some light years away point searching. A reminder of the battle for Earth that they were eternally preparing for. Not unsettling, but always foreboding. A zero pointed at nowhere. Neither Luna-Terra nor Pluto remembers who first called it that. Now, in the trembling of the colony's collapsing gravity well, this deck of the wrecked colony where Luna-Terra and Pluto meet seems like a moment frozen in time, eternally receding, growing always distant yet never fading. I knew I'd find you here. I knew it would feel like this. But I'm still here. I have orders. I know, dummy. They tell me everything too. You wouldn't have come if you weren't ordered. I don't know why everyone is expecting I'll be bitter about coming back. I'm not. There's good and bad memories. That's fine. That's fair. I'm older now. And it's that much sweeter thinking about the past from here. It's there and I'm here. I wouldn't go back. Would you? I like being an adult. I don't mind being the aging ace. I don't need to be a glittering hero. We fought so hard against the existential threat during the Cold War. Whatever they were, trick of the light or not, we did good fighting them. We tried our best. That's the practice kids need. Now we're grown up and can see our own futures and mess them up if we want to. I'm way happier to fight now. But it has a different meaning now. No matter how bad I am at being alive, I like it now. You're pretty grown up now. I kinda hate it. I miss pushing you around. And when you go along with me. Me too. You still have a hard time making a decision that's good for you all by yourself, though. That's why I asked for orders to come here. Aha! That's a roundabout. I can't tell if there's a step forward or back. I think it would be worse if anyone else shut the observation gate. So I thought it really would have to be me. A zero pointed nowhere. Do you remember who said that? It's better than the actual name. I don't remember who said it, but I always think of it. I don't remember either. Do we have to do this? You're the one who's here to do it. It could be really easy. You're the one forcing my hand. Closing it is just a formality. It's already broken and it never worked in the first place. Then why were you ordered to do it? The fact that you're here almost means I have to be here. They want any possibility closed. Every possibility closed. That's not harmony. These live, even if they never come to pass. To make worlds and spaces naive, cutting the native spirit is just as naive. If trying to make worlds and spaces naive, cutting the native sphere off from the universe is just as naive. It's just so pathetic and sad. It's even more pointless and sad when human beings fighting each other for no reason. I can't bear it. I won't let it happen. I changed my mind. Let's fight. I'd rather fight than keep talking like this. We're fighting now. This is the sort of fight ship cells were made for, actually. Say something. I can't. I have nothing. Let's fight like we're supposed to. I won't. Don't make me talk. Don't make me fight with you. Don't make me kill your dream. Stop having this dream. Give up on space like the rest of the human race has. Let me close the iris of the observatory. It's because I wanted so much to see what that eye was supposed to see that I can't let you keep looking. That I can't keep looking. That I don't want us to be tortured by that possibility anymore. That we can't lose you. I can feel how scared you are and how brave and how much you love. But I'm so mad at you! Why can't you believe like you did before? They brought us up with good intentions and did everything they could. They really did. They really thought we could be better than who we were. The best kind of human beings there could be. They worked us very hard, but they fought for us to be exactly what we wanted to be. Because that was human too. Even when it was hard or didn't make sense, they found a way. Even the awful ones really believed. One humanity, every story threaded together, no one left behind. It will be really possible to fix the universe and let humans live forever in space. Childish dreams that everyone wishes could be true. All without understanding such simple things. I wonder how they expected they could unite humanity against aliens when they found us so alien. We'll always be our own existential threat. Every human understood that but them. No wonder Earth rejected us. The observation deck sees nothing because the threat is on the other side. We are each other's alien. It was flawed and it isn't real. But they weren't stupid. You know they weren't. The whole point was that it wasn't real yet. And it could be. That's what they wanted to do. They wanted to make it real. And now they don't anymore. Do you? I mean, really? Do you want to go home too? Why can't you just say yes? I wouldn't mind if you actually wanted it. I'd go with you if you wanted it. But I'm not coming with you if you don't. I'll still fight. Thank you. I'm hoping that you win. But if you can, I promise you this. I won't bring us back to Earth empty-handed. I'll do that if I die. The iris shifts. It still moves somehow, attuned to possibility. More Chrysium is looking fit to kill, if it wasn't trembling. This colony is a place of unsteady gravity. You're not on sure footing here. I'm back to being helpless again, like I used to be. You can stop me anytime. Prove you're ready to close this eye. I can't. I can't. I don't accept it. That doesn't mean I won't do it. I don't care if you'll love me one way or the other. It's too much space. It's too much. Space is broken. But I don't want to leave. Earth is terrifying, but I can't go back there alone. I have no loyalty either way. I'm not strong like you. I just go where gravity takes me. You can hold everyone. But what do I do if I lose you? Your heart is full of everyone, but I can't watch you fight for the universe knowing how little you're thinking of yourself in it. Of course I don't know what to do when fighting for you and fighting your dream are such different things. There's too much to do, of course. I don't know what to do. I don't know what you want me to do. Luna. God, I can't remember the last time you cried. Oh no, I can. It was back when you said you hated it in space. And I told you you could go back, and I'll come with you. Those were such hard days. And you didn't want to keep fighting. But when I said that, you started crying and crying. And I couldn't understand why. It seemed so simple a solution. And everything you wanted. So mad. And it meant me giving anything up. You didn't want to give anyone else up either. I wasn't expecting it at all. I'm so in your mind. What's on everyone's mind? I didn't think that you could keep something so locked away and hidden. No matter how far my ties reach, there's some places I can't ever know until you tell me. It was the first time I felt frustrated by that. I'm most angry at you when I can't do what you want. But I guess that's how you feel about me. And how I feel about you. Oh baby, you're crying again. I can't let you win. But we'll be together until the end. And after. Well, a whole 50%. What is the moon drop, Luna-Terra? Helamaid says it was something you used to talk about. Oh, yeah. We were thinking about crashing the moons into Earth. Literally? Yeah, that too in the end. The goal of the space program used to be to make all the solar system figuratively equivalent to Earth. When humans touch it, it becomes ours. That's why we use the Greek word to identify the physical bodies of space, and Roman to represent our understanding and incorporation of it. We were being silly, taking a metaphor way too literally and way too far, joking about crushing the solar system together. It would make sense to return it. It would be nice and neat. Killing absolutely everyone. Yeah. It was a horrible thought I shared with Helamaid. She hated it, but she kept on arguing about it with me. The Earth looks so fragile and small here, and the moon looks so big. That's probably why. It was a bad joke, and she never thought it was funny. Huh. Good. She's very perceptive when it comes to that. I am surprised always that people can find that self-destructive streak of yours harmless or imperceptible. I'm glad she didn't. I'm surprised you kept me around given that. Should I have given up? Is that even a question? You should have followed your instincts. You appear to be misunderstanding. I take my work very seriously. As a leader, a woman, as a pilot, as a part of the Memorial Foundation. You know that there are very real things Memorial Foundation believes in. And I believe in them too. Yeah. In seeking to bring all people together, however, there are choices that have been made. Should we cut the world to fit its people, or the people to fit its world? This is what we struggle with the most. Cut does not have to be a bad thing. It can be what's right, for you, or for the world. Making space for what exists without allowing it to be erased. Those the world abandons die, which is unacceptable. Or they become another world, which is also unacceptable. The kind of violence. like smashing the Earth into the moon, hoping for togetherness, and killing everyone instead. We didn't find the right solution, but at least we knew which was a wrong one. Gosh, this game is philosophical. I mean, I knew it was gonna be heavy, but it's real heavy. IPDS evaluation. Memorial Foundation Executive Committee minutes. Operations Decommission Chair Europa. Ah, no. It's gratifying to know you share my suspicions as well. As I understand it, it is the purpose of this committee to prepare for any eventuality that this particular possibility hasn't crossed your minds was beginning to worry me. Oh, I'm no less worried now, but you're asking how to deal with Laptus. That sense of superiority has not been a weakness. That sense of superiority he has is not a weakness. It is truly dangerous, not just unpleasant. If he seems gracious or forgiving about a loss, it's only because he is utterly confident he will eventually be able to surpass you. But he's a realistic man. He will find the easiest route. Merely coming out on top in the end is enough. He wouldn't consider it the quality of how he got there. In fact, it would reinforce his sense of superiority to know he surpassed you without having worked as hard as you did. He's shockingly good at predicting others, except for the moments in which he was wildly underestimated one. These fascinate me in particular. He can be so uncanny when it comes to gleaming specifics from trivial behavior, and then he is blindsided by the most obvious conclusions. His lack of respect for integrity is quite stunning. That's not integrity. Integrity? His lack of respect for integrity is quite stunning. His win rate without having it should appall anyone with a greater respect for human beings. Regarding Mecha 1, Mare Chrysium. By Dr. Nix. Origin Ship Self-Design Notes. Good time for water. In a ship self, you don't have to worry about dying. Not in the same sort of way. A ship self, you know, isn't even a weapon. It's a body for living and traveling in space. It is equipped for doing the sorts of things that humans need to do. Like fighting. The ship self, which lets you express like it's your own body, better than your own body, is a machine that's for falling in love and having fights. It's formed to literally suit us. It bears only the most abstract resemblance of something designed to kill another human being. The most efficient possible form of ending lives as quickly as possible wouldn't look anything like a human. And that's why Europa designed them from a child's toy. The ship self isn't the perfect form of war. It's a form that by nature turns war into something else. Part of this is due to humanity's relative weakness in space. Separated from the origin of our gravity, even the power of a tidal reactor, we've barely come close to developing a ship self with gravitational and metacultural authority equivalent to a human being on Earth. While humans on Earth need to devote most of their authority to keeping their shape, identity, and differentiation from other humans, a ship self is less authoritative even than this. Though in space, there are far fewer restrictions than humans on Earth. If a ship self were to make planetfall, it would be crushed under the human pressure and rendered lifeless. Next episode, Deeper Cuts. In the Garden District closest to the manufacturing and broken tidal reactor that kept the colony together, Time and space aren't quite right. It's a perfect place for a real fight. How deep under Luna-Terra's skin do you think she can get? Hello! Hi hi! Hope you didn't hurt your face too much. Eternal nap time, your name is so sweet. Gosh, makes me want to cuddle up to my plushie real tight. Do you have a favorite plushie? I bet you do. Let's cut. Don't do this at home! Come on, Europa. Wait, why am I doing Europa's voice saying, come on, Europa? Come on, Europa. It's weird when you won't order me. Can't you see I'm hesitating? Show some politeness. It's weird to see you hesitate. You don't do it. Then stop making it more weird. If you please, let a woman be weird for once. No problems returning to the colony. I wouldn't have thought hang-ups in me. You have no regrets, no pain, at any of your training or your service in the war, about anything that happened there, and the people you met there. I don't have any problems returning to the Lagrange colony for this mission. The academy where you shape us all, no. I'm happy to put it to rest. I was a real idiot, so I don't mind seeing it trashed. Or trashing it a little more to stop that Celestial Mechanics pilot from taking it back. Or taking back the Lagrange reactor. And you've taken an interest in Saturn. Professionally, she's a dangerous enemy. She was in the Iapetus division, but she was, yes, very clever. The Lagrange reactor is a worthless shard of nostalgia. Iapetus must be truly egomaniacal to send that prototype unit after it. That's a bad sign. The worst fights always happen over something worthless. It's certainly a trap, but you know that. It's still a chance to get over on. There's still a chance to get one over on him, and stop that pilot. If you're prepared to be serious. I'm always serious. Are you serious enough to stop playing? I'm not playing. Whether you're serious or playing isn't a matter of how you feel about it. It's a matter of whether you're committed or not. Or if you're playing because you simply can't decide. You can't play forever. I told you, I still haven't decided. I'm not closing off the future until the last moment. Decide what you want about the future when the future comes. But you will never move from this point if you don't decide how you feel about that pilot. Europa. Oh dear, you're feeling guilty again. Well, that's to be expected. I don't mind if you lose against that one or win. Just choose, right? You don't have to tell me. I know what happens if I don't. Fight for real in a fun way, or fight for real in a fun way. Yeah, I'm gonna give it to Saturn this time. Well, just found out I got my parents' stomach flu in the worst possible way. In the worst possible way? Did they baby bird you some food and you got stomach poisoning that way? Because that's like, that has to be the worst way to get stomach poisoning. Or food poisoning. I'm trying to think of a less bad way, because I doubt that they baby birded you. Because it would probably have started with, my parents baby birded me and now I'm pushing them down the stairs. It's okay, I'm an expert in face planting. My floor is a plushie, it's very soft floor. Oh, cool! That's a great idea. We have a room in Headspace that has plush floors. Kind of like Primary Village. You can jump on them, kind of like a trampoline. They're really squishy. Yeah. Fight for real in a fun way. Sorry. Fight for real in a fun way. God, so cute. Alright, you got me there. That is the worst way. Okay, so what's the second worst way? Opening futures, closing pass. A surprise attack isn't very sporting. Don't be jealous just cause I got mine off first. You got a wound on me in the Lagrange reactor shell. That's not a good enough deal? No way! In fact, apologize! Hiding so I can't surprise you again is so unfair, Luna-Terra. Let me bully you some more. I'll pass. Are you sure? You sure you don't want to get bullied? See if you can find me first. You like cat and mouse games, don't you? You wanna try it again? I won't let you just play a game this time. Can you find me even when I'm serious? Then I'll get serious. Luna-Terra hides in the Garden District, the one part of the colony she has no memories of. The Garden District doesn't have any trees or flowers or plants. It's not that kind of garden. A garden for the children meant to inherit space, not like Luna-Terra who came in the first generation. Teenagers too old and too molded by Earth's gravity to inherit the cosmos. The second generation was raised here, in the light of the colony's center. The Lagrange tidal reactor Luna-Terra remembers like the sun, with the hope that they grew freely in the lightest of gravity, free of Earth's weight. Luna-Terra is the one holding the useless shell of the reactor now. Even broken and useless, LT doesn't. It's an unpleasant, untrustworthy object, and it was made by people, but it doesn't seem like fake. But it's unsettlingly close to what Celestial wanted for it to be when they seized control of the reactor before the conflict broke out. Something not made by humans. If it's so useless, well, why don't you just give it back? You can tell what I'm thinking, huh? Or you read between the lines. Just like Pluto, but different. Something I still can't understand. You've been playing with her too, haven't you? I sure have. Jealous. Of which of us, though? Both. I could never read the story like you both. I'm straightforward. That's not even a little true. You're being way too stingy with the narration. Narration? You can't perceive space-time as a story? A narration spun out of the ambient gravity of humans? Telling you about everything that is? If you can't listen? You can't see how obviously your envy is bleeding out in everywhere, can you? I'm slipping, huh? Laying out more than I thought. But see why I'm jealous? I don't know anything about what you mean. I wish I could speak that language. Yeah, that's amazing. You should really be sad you don't speak it. I just have this absence. Your impression on the narrative is something like spilled whiteout, a gushing ocean of bleach, which is a pain in the ass for someone like us. You also have a habit of acting too fast to get caught up in the story, especially when it's not going your way. 3 times faster than the story knows what to do with. And that's how you're different than Pluto. You would swell into the atmosphere, but you slowly bleed into spaces between the lines. I can feel you seeping, though. I can feel you seeping through, blurring the lines between one and the other. What is it you're after? Curious? Then stop hiding. The rain-slick streets are looking more and more the same. The weather is malfunctioning, and the moisture regulator is shot. The failing gravity is doing strange things, playing strange tricks. Mayor Crescentium's feet are wet. She's afraid. She's falling right into the trap that feels like it's in every direction at once. You can't trick me. Luna-Terra dodges at the last second, or was never there. If Saturn bleeds into the narrative, then Luna-Terra's trick is having a real habit of interrupting the story just when it's getting good. Good thing she'll never know how much Saturn and Pluto think that's cool. I have eyes too, Luna-Terra. Don't think gravity alone is enough. Saturn swipes again. Luna-Terra wouldn't be hit by such a thing, but she isn't ready for the dripping, sparkling neuro lightning. She misjudges the distance and the unsures of gravity. Mayor Crescentium sparks and bleeds from her left arm. Luna-Terra swings her spear, crushes the string of pearls to the ground. It crumbles, then darts away. Lost in the mist, Saturn's worse off, but her machine will fix itself. The poison in Mayor Crescentium's systems is getting worse. You almost got me, but not quite. Is your game off a little today, Luna-Terra? I thought you were gonna be serious. You're gonna have to do a lot better than that if you want to see me serious. You're misunderstanding. I'm going to cheat. You're the one who has to take this seriously. How's that arm feeling? Still sparking? Still gooey? It doesn't take that much, you know. Have you been cleaning your system regularly? What kind of fight are you looking for? A one-sided fight where you try your hardest and still lose? Looking for payback? What? No, who cares about that? It's for you. Because you love getting owned. You're never holding back. That's the way I can beat you. You're even stronger than any story anyone's ever told about you. You always win, and no one touches you. If ship cell fights were life and death, they'd make you a genius. But they're not. They made it into images of plastic toys to fight like plastic toys, so that makes you an idiot for not playing along and being honest. You'll save a lot of time if you give in and say, I'm right now. If you beat me for real, well, that'll be all the answer you need. Stalling to the last! But that's great! That's great! You're holding out on me is actually kind of delicious. When the story getting to tell me what's happening? When are you gonna let me hear all the static in your joints, the trembling in your mask, your slackening grip? I'm on the edge of my seat waiting to know. Luna-Terra knows it's true. Saturn can't sense where she is at all, but she knows immediately that Luna-Terra knows she knows. Tell me all about that and I promise, without any hate or fear, I'll listen. You don't believe me, but I promise I won't laugh or hurt you. I can't see you, so you can escape if you want. I'll let you keep that little ball. The poison will wear off, but I want to see. Do you want to show me? The Mayor Crescentium crashes into the ground, skids along the wet streets of the colony. Her legs give out. Her arms are too weak to catch her fall. Strings of pearls lands gently, surprisingly, but that's not what these ships are meant to do. That's what these ships are meant to do. They're meant to land gently. Even the electrotoxins are tingly, not painful, in a warm, numbing sort of way, like licking a battery with every part of your body. There's no way the Luna-Terra can stand up. As soon as she lets it all in, she falls in a mess, totally defeated. Oh wow, you really did it. You got so quiet. You're so well trained. Good girl. You're the big strong ace, but you shut down so quickly. You really can't deal with me at all. Why is that? Didn't you say you weren't going to bully me? I'm showing all positive restraint. But you really make it hard, baby girl. I thought you were kinda cool. You really acted like you knew what you were doing. Even though you were so scared. Leave me alone. Oh no! Baby, but you love this. You're looking forward to it! I can see right through you. These ships are meant to touch. If you never lose, you never let anyone in. Thinking if this is losing at all is actually kinda sad. You wanna give this all up? Drag me home? Are you really sure? Luna-Terra, you really ought to not lie to me so much. This smug, untouchable Luna-Terra that I used to hate, she's so boring. But the you that you don't want anyone else to see that's a much better you? That's the you I want to see. Luna-Terra is conscious of her own breath, of the unconsciousness, pulsing rhythm of her ship self, which trembles, and not just from the electrotoxins. She really can't move in any sort of effective way, but what she's feeling isn't fear, or even helplessness. It's anticipation. If she thought that she trusted Saturn as much as anyone else, not at all. Now that she has no choice, she's surprised. She trusts Saturn so much, even knowing exactly what she wants to do. Saturn plucks the broken reactor out of Mayor Chrysanium's hands and tosses it away like trash. And I will. Now that I have the power to peel your skin off and see. I'm really happy. I never thought I'd really get to see you like this, even though you're letting me. Little secrets just for me! That the narration will never tell. For you only. So only I get to see you twitching and helpless? No one else knows? No telling. But it's just for you. So, keep it ambiguous. Got it! I could be straddling you and pinning you. That's definitely possible, but not for certain. I'm not saying anything definite. You've got it. Thank you. I've got my pride. Yeah? Your pride? Tell me about that. It's worth a lot to me. Then I'm worth even more, right? Alright, now I'll catch up on chat. Sorry. I dropped my phone playing a stream under my bed and threw up when I bent down to get it. Oh my god, you puked all over me! How could you? The horror! The horror! I don't actually care. It was cute though. Oh, nice, but I'm gonna have to rest my head here for a while because I got the works in the morning, sadly, so I'm gonna lurk here and wish you all the precious night and day to you all. Love yas. Aw, thanks so much. Have a good night, and I hope work tomorrow is good. Wow, those are some good emojis. Good choices. Thank you, Thurix. Oh yeah, that was totally an image, Specky. All that straddling and choking. Oh, the breath play. This game is lewd as hell without being, like, explicit. Like, there's no nudity in this game, but this game is a tease. In the best way. It's January 30th, 1981, and the day is almost here. The deadline is to save anyone who came up to space with us, fought with us, tried to bring everyone up with us. If we shut down the lunar gravity well, there won't be any choice left. The power that keeps our ship cells in check will fall apart and we won't have anywhere else to go but home. If we kill the dream, no one will die. We really hope that's true. No one should die in space. No one should die, period. No one has to die because ship self-combat is shimmering missiles of light, cosmic explosions, electricity that sears through the soul, blade sciences impossible for a human to produce, dances of combat without end, a fight against ideas with toys. Humans would never show that sort of compassion with each other. Earth's answer is a single atomic particle fired at near light speed directly into the cockpit core. A true weapon from a military force. The quickest, most efficient, instantaneous, unavoidable way to kill a human. The most boring possible way to pointlessly die. No drama, no meaning, just nothing. Luna-Terra Memorial Foundation Pilot Ace. It's January 30th, 1981. In the end, they might get everything they want. In the end, that no one wants. If we open up the lunar gravity well, then we can establish forever another Earth, and maybe another, and we can inhabit the whole system. But that will cut humanity into two, and more. The distance will be so much further. Everything we have will be even farther from them. How much are we going to lose? How much will we never be able to give them? The moon is very close to being part of Earth. It's full of life, and humans can live here now. It feels impossible, and I don't want to give it up. We should break it off forever, shouldn't we? All I want is to stitch those two humanities together. But if one of us dies as a result, I will fight forever to keep that precious thing alive. Pluto, Princess of Creo's Graces. It's January 30th, 1981. They don't name it because it gives it power, but not naming it gives it more. It must be in every corner, behind every door, far, far away in the spaces between stars. It is defined and categorized in every human culture and is deliberately omitted from explicit naming conventions by a memorial foundation in favor of a euphemism less captivating to the imagination, such as existential threat, rather than a specific word that would stimulate the imagination. But a trick like this will not work. And the euphemism is a hollow void that can hold all fears and all possibilities. Through gravity, humans decide what is real and what is not. But what is not does not stop existing. And it, like humans, can decide. It's the kiss of inverse. Everything that humans can imagine, but can't become. The shortcut to attaining it is to forsake everything that humans already are. If a bunch of idiots got tricked into going there, it would make a very convenient enemy for Earth. That's their real fear. Before that happens, I'll tell you a little secret. Ready? Saturn. Celestial Mechanics Test Pilot. Day 7. An Endless Waltz? Gundam reference. Humanity do be doing that, though. One conflict leads to another conflict, leads to another conflict, leads to another conflict, leads to another conflict. Kind of ridiculous. Receiving report. Report data unverifiable. Awaiting manual acceptance. Report accepted. Damage to Lagrange colony indicates most likely fulfillment of duties. Incoming alert all Memorial Foundation troops. Prepare for landing on Moonbase. Alert. Creo's Graces and Celestial Mechanics troops have seized control of the gravity well. We must prepare for the confrontation we have always feared. But there is still hope, and we bring everyone home, safe. We have the Earth on our side. We'll be prepared. Generating new assignments. Assignment, scanning mission. Verify status of Earth Control autonomous military units. Assignment, free time. Spend as you wish before the final battle. Your record is clear. Indicate you have understood your new orders. Ready for gravitational catapult? Welcome home. Still need to get that Memorial Foundation up there, I see. Savies. Actually, I won't save over that one just in case. I'll save here. So, mission select. There are 2 missions here. It's time to move to the future, peacefully or painfully. No factions, no dreams, just two girls lost and entwined in the warm summer of the moon's day. And plastic versus metal. Earth was promised to let the children of space sort themselves out for now. But the machines of war guard the way back home, just in case when Saturn and Luna-Terra meet in a chance encounter, the true terror of humanity stares them down. Oh, excuse me. Fuck space! It's making me think, I forgot who it was. It was like that actor who's like famous for that meme where he's like, space! Yeah, it's like the only place capitalism hasn't gone. Subject: fuck space. Origin: ambient title information. Author: a loss. Is this the game where that fascism analogy comes from? The White Void? Yes it is. Interestingly enough, the White Void is a document that only comes up in Pluto's game. So since I'm playing Luna-Terra, I actually don't get to read that document. But there has been some interesting documents. We could easily do like 3 or 4 essays based on this game, honestly. Maybe one day. Fuck space. Ambient title information. Author: a loss. You know what? Fuck space. No. That's not edgy enough. That's not edgy enough. You know what? Fuck space. It was complete garbage. The secret no one has ever wants to admit. You know what? Fuck space. It's complete garbage. The secret no one has ever wanted to admit is that space is boring and empty, and is desolate and lifeless. It's not romantic, and it doesn't care about us. They embellish dull gray photographs of dust with beautiful colors to pull our heartstrings, but the reality is nothing but different shades of gray and the palest colors. But you know what? That's not even the most embarrassing part. The most embarrassing part is that humans can't do anything better than imagine space is just like Earth, but just a little different, filled with people who are just like us, but a little different. Well, hey, guess what? That's just Earth, idiots. You're projecting. Why do you need space to think about Earth? Why are you ignoring all the people and places on Earth that are like you, but a little different? Why is that dream more important than us? We're supposed to have dreams, but we're not supposed to just live in them? That's why I'm breaking up. I want to go home. This was written by Luna-Terra! This is when she broke up with Mars. She always wanted to go home. Shit. Oh my god, I'm basically playing with a lesbian Starscream. It's great. It took forever for y'all to stream this, lol. We streamed it twice before. And I mean, like, our backlog is huge. This wasn't even on our list of games to play this year. It just kind of fell into my lap. Punk suggested it to me because it's White Day and this game has hella gay people and romanticism and kissing and shit, so... Happy White Day! I was also thinking of playing, Synergia, but I just couldn't bring myself to. At least not today. I need like a whole stream day. I just want to beat that game in one sitting. Next time we play it. Which might not even be possible, but if I sit down for like at least 8 hours to play it, then maybe I can. But that's a lot of fucking reading. Maybe I'll need to get someone to help. Lost Story. Author: a rivalry. Ambient title: forces. Lost Story. A and B. A and B. I guess I'll probably know who A and B are when I get through it. I was waiting for this chance. Me too. Thanks for obliging. Anytime. I love for this to be the last time. Oh yeah? Do you have a plan for arranging that, or are we just going to fight forever without end? Do you win when Do you win when your win ratio tips over 50%? It's climbing for sure, I can't deny it. You're slipping. Getting lazy? I'm just bored. I don't want to win an argument. I don't want to win a fight. I just wish you were dead, okay? Me too. I can't kill you. But I don't really want to either. Well, same. Man, don't talk like Neith. You know that pisses me off. Don't say their name then, maybe? Maybe they died because they were tired of us having the same fight over and over again forever. Are you kidding me? They lived for it. Man. What a bitch. I know, right? I really miss him. Me too. Wanna fight about it? Man, jeez. Sure. I get it. It could be Mars and Luna-Terra, but it's really hard to tell. Also really like how there's so much like there's a thing that stories do where like they don't necessarily exposit lore to you, but you kind of pick up on stuff like background information and lore by the way people talk to each other. Like you'll notice an inside joke or you'll notice someone reminiscing, but they won't go fully into it because they don't need to because they have that shared history. And it's really cool when some of those background details are just left vague and in the background. Though I really, really, really want a prequel to this game with all the pilots like coming into themselves. This like a character action game where you play with a cool game mecha. Sorry, that's my dream. What's White Day? Sounds like something you shouldn't promote celebrating. It's a holiday started in Japan in 1978, I believe, which was a response to Valentine's Day. So essentially, classically in Japan, men would get gifts like chocolate and confessions maybe, but there's also a thing called like obligation chocolates where it's like maybe you supposed to get a chocolate for like your classmates or a superior or a coworker or something like that. So there are a lot of people that might get chocolate on Valentine's Day. In Japan, men tend to be the ones receiving the candy and gifts on Valentine's Day. On White Day, it's supposed to be fair turnaround. So anyone who got you a gift on Valentine's Day for White Day, you're supposed to get them a gift in return. That's basically how it started. And it still persists. And as much as like Valentine's Day has the whole thing, it's like Valentine's Day was invented by it was a gift card companies. And it's like there is basis for the capitalistic like propping up of Valentine's Day, but it has some history before that, and it was just used to have a consumerist holiday. White Day is also a consumerist holiday and was literally made by a candy company to sell candy. It was actually marshmallows, which is why it's White Day. White as in marshmallows. And the technique or the way of espousing lore, I wouldn't call show don't tell necessarily. Though show don't tell can apply to a lot of things. Usually, I think of show don't tell as like characterization or like context, not necessarily like lore. Though I guess it definitely can count. Like you don't need to tell the audience. You don't need someone to walk up to the camera and say, oh, my wife died and I'm sad about it. You can have a guy sleeping in a bed obviously meant for two people with like one side that he's not like going to for any reason, and you can start to get an idea. It's definitely stuff like that. That show don't tell. I guess with the little bit of nuance difference is what I'm saying is like if someone has a conversation about something that's happening in the world or something about the world, but they don't give information that the audience will be needing to understand the full context. And basically, like having natural conversations and stuff like that. It's all interlinked. You've had more than a few fights with the Celestial Mechanics pilot at this point, haven't you? Yes, fights, exactly. You've really met your match. In terms of troublesomeness, I think she has me beat. Did you know her, Saturn? The Generation 3 pilot? I was only in charge of combat operations, and the third generation never saw combat, even against the existential threat. Of course I knew her, though. She was one of the Lapidus' top candidates. He used a variety of methods to artificially jumpstart extreme tidal sensitivity and otherwise unremarkable candidates. I thought none of it worked. The first ship cells had manual controls to bridge the gap between your intentions and the energy of the tidal reactor as a complex language, a conversation between yourself and the machine with advanced mathematics. You use your hands, but it is a fundamentally mental approach. Dr. Nitz wanted to achieve communion through the soul. Apodus, however, felt that direct interference with the body would be the most efficient. Teach the body, and the mind and soul would follow. It sounds dangerous. Also made up. It's all made up. There's nothing inherently wrong in using the body as a primary medium. However, he inflicted the intentions of the ship cells on the pilots, rather than teaching them to express their intentions outward. He wanted subjects, not actors. It's simple to read the rhetoric of his mythology. It's impossible to read the rhetoric of his mythology any other way. Was Saturn particularly resistant? Is that why she was downgraded from primary candidate? No. She was intensely loyal, like another pair of hands and eyes for Apatus. It was the opposite. She accepted all of those intentions perfectly. She was perfect. You see the problem, don't you? A doll like that doesn't have the will to complete a tidal conflict. Why are you telling me this? He realized in the end he had created someone as boring as he was. It took a long time for you to learn how to be a person after having been forced to be someone else. Don't forget how to be tender to Hellions, Luna-Terra. I see. I wish Japan was more radical left. The one thing you will never see in an anime or manga is direct criticism to the real-world Japanese government. I wouldn't paint any group of people with such an intense brush. That's like saying you'll never see. Well, I guess comments in American culture, commenting on America and saying what's wrong with America is like a common pastime, whether you're on the right or the left. So I guess it wouldn't be such a good comparison. But like, in the sense that like a lot of people think that Americans are monolithic in a lot of ways, I don't think that everyone in Japan is monolithic. Like the type of people who go, oh, so there's a lot of strong conservative politics going on in Japan. So that must mean there's no liberals or leftists there. And it's like there's LGBT protests, there's fucking like weed legalization protests. Like there are people who are resisting. Manga, I will say that there are a lot a sort of nationalistic and a lot of that I think that you'll see in like older anime comes from like kind of like rebuilding from wars and stuff, like the Lost Generation type stuff, and like a national pride coming from, I mean, there's no way I can be completely right or whatever, but like a national pride coming from like throwing yourself into like this economic boom that they eventually had, but also like mourning all that they lost. And not to mention all the military fetishism that you'll see in anime and manga. And I mean, that's probably why Drizzle's like has a military fetishist stuff going on with her, because of anime and manga. I see what you mean, but also like, even though I can't say off the top of my head, here's this anime that like criticizes the Japanese government. I'm pretty sure it exists. I'm almost fully sure it exists. Although, if you take a step to the side and go to video games, there is a video game that actually is all about criticizing Japan's government and society. It's called Persona 5. You should play it. Ed's fascist countries hate communists. Well, I guess that sucks to be a communist in America then, since we're like a currently fascist country. Except for Spain. Spain is poggers. Alright, I was already on the mission select screen. I'm gonna save again. Even though all I did was read and have conversations. Oh, right. And then alignment? Memorial Foundation has to win and then we'll be even. Earth has promised to let the children of space sort themselves out. For now. But their machines of war guard the way back home, just in case. When Saturn and Luna-Terra meet in a chance encounter, the true terror of humanity stares them down. Plastic versus metal. The fleet's already in motion. Are you ready? No problem. I'm only worried about that trickster from Celestial Mechanics. No end of trouble. You don't sound too unhappy about that. I suppose that trouble will end soon, one way or another. It's simple recon this time, but it's on the near side of the moon. An Earth military is there, with automated devices. They're in very high orbit. They'll descend rapidly if they notice gravitational variability. The ship itself is a shape intended for humans to exist in space, outside of Earth's pull. It isn't intended for war. The military is here with the most direct of intentions, so don't let them achieve it. Funny that the planetary spirit doesn't seem to think we're on the same side. There's nothing funny about it. We're not on the same side. We are complicating the problem. We can't let it go as much as Kratos Graces or Celestial Mechanics can't. Earth has graciously allowed us considerable leeway in dealing with the closing of the space program on our terms. Broken and naive as they find us, Memorial Foundation International begged them to let us try to bring the wayward children back home bloodlessly. So we should be thankful that they are just watching and not descending to rout us. Most of Earth will find any loss of human life to space unacceptable, but less and less of Earth considers us fully human. So the mission isn't just to protect any stragglers from getting themselves killed by the forces we're trying to save them from? You don't think we can trust them? If I trusted them to handle it, I would not have led you, the children of space, to fight this conflict. Do you think we can do it? Bring everyone back to Earth? There's a reason I am not having you interfere with the opening of the gravity well. Everyone will be in one place, at least. When Celestial Mechanics and Kratos Graces, hope will be their salvation, could be ours too. We're on a tight deadline for something that might be that impossible. Win with what's in front of you, and worry about that later. Risk dying, tearing that machine to pieces. Wow. Gosh. I kind of want to do the Celestial Mechanics action, but I won't. This game has replayability for sure. They hide together in a peaceful moon's winter night. Outcome favors Memorial Foundation. Never forgotten, every story told. It's winter on the near side of the moon, which means it'll be half a month before its hemisphere sees day again. The frosted forest will see spring in a week, summer the week after, and fall the week after that. A year of seasons in a month-long day. Even terraformed, will humans live like that? On the near side though, at least the Earth will always be in the sky. Eternally huge, shining with authority and kindness, unlike its agent who hangs in the corner of the sky like a migraine aura. There's nothing extraneous about its shape. It is here to do just two things: look, and then kill. When Saturn flew a millimeter too high, the autonomous military unit looked, then killed, but just too slow, and Luna-Terra pushed her away, and dragged them both deep into the winter forest. The unit looks twice as hard. It's been encouraged to not miss twice. Shh, don't make a sound. They're being too noisy. Get the hell out. But this time I'm not making any noise, so don't tell me to be quiet. You're the one flitting all over the place. They're listening for gravity. Vibrations are not the kind of noise that they care about. So keep moving, and don't make noise in your heart. Don't make a sound in all possible senses. Don't make a sound physically, emotionally, or spiritually. Calm down. They don't like it if you're not calm. First of all, that makes no sense, and secondly, I refuse. I don't think you should die, so think of something else to do instead. Because they can kill you. Unlike me or any ship self, so think about as little as you can, okay? And keep your tidal reactor's output to a minimum. It helps to make yourself be like an object. You'll be a thing that other things happen to, rather than an agent. And that's what it's looking for. Agency. So it can make it cease immediately. You know, I'm absolutely super good at that. I have a lot of experience with it. So I'm absolutely not going to. Well, me too. That's why I suggested it. But you're right. I shouldn't have suggested it like that. How about this instead? Start by thinking about Earth. The autonomous device becomes visible instantaneously. It doesn't look anything like the ship self and bears no resemblance to a human shape because there's no intention for its design to accommodate humans. That's the opposite of what it does. It has nothing to express, only a function to perform. What did I do? Probably thought too hard about Earth, but shh, all the same. It's so creepy. That's supposed to represent Earth? That doesn't even look human-made. Really? I think it's rather appropriate it doesn't look human at all. They can detect an artificial gravity reactor, but they don't really know what to do unless they can lock a target and kill it. So if they can't verify what it is, they won't do anything. It feels so heavy. How happened so suddenly? What is this? I'm telling you, that's the Earth. Real gravity. It's very, very heavy. You can feel its authority, huh? That's the gulf between us and a planet. I know that. I guess it just feels really different to feel it in person. You were saying a way to avoid it? Do you remember being a normal kid? Even for a little bit? Or do you remember the last time you acted convincingly like one? Obviously, I was a really good kid, you know. It's checking your gravity against a script, and it thinks... Sorry, it doesn't think. It just checks that variance. Aren't I pretty excessively varied by now? Just wait there a second. It's hard to teach on the spot. It's not that I don't know the idea. How are you so good at this? It sounds like you kinda hate that I am. I promise I wouldn't die. But I'm mad I have to do this. Luna-Terra crawls slowly through the frostbitten green crater to where Saturn is curled among cold desert Jupiters. The dark, barely perceivable dot monitors them in the pale Earthlight, so precisely waiting. It's easier to hide if your ship cells are turned off, or as close to that as a ship self can be, so they climb outside to the cold lunar winter to wait. I'm here. Are you doing okay? No, obviously I'm scared! Me too. So forget what I said. I ain't doing that too. You warm, lying there? You're not warm at all. But at least your boobs are soft. The autonomous unit doesn't like flirting, huh? You really think instead about how you're keeping a secret, keeping it really close. You should think instead about how you're keeping a secret, keeping it really close, waiting for the perfect moment, and no one else can know. Okay, I can do that. That's not as bad. Is it that big a difference? There is infinite difference between someday, never. I've extremely forgotten how to be patient, but I know the difference. You're right. It really is important to never forget. I'm still not going away. Yeah, it's a lot more patient than us, huh? And it's looking at you, too. Aren't you on their side? Just because we want Earth back doesn't mean Earth wants us back. So, Memorial Foundation really is that stupid? Maybe. In their eyes, we're as bad as you. So, why go back? Because fuck them? They don't want anything to do with us. Memorial Foundation thinks it's optimal for humanity to return. But I think many humans think it would be just fine if we died. That just makes me want to come back to Earth even more. Spite I can understand. Huh. I can be petty too. I want back. Even if only for spite. We'll bring them back a little taste of what it's like to be us. They're afraid we might bring something back with us. And they should be. Much more than they already are. That's what I want. Knowing that you're just as petulant and petty as me? This week too, makes me reconsider you. In a good way. It's it's wonderful. Maybe makes me want to fall in love. Oh. Huh. I said maybe. Don't get so full of yourself. Sorry. There's no way we're getting any more than half of what best. You're only hoping for half of what you if you'll even get that. If you get I don't expect things to go my way, but yeah. I hope you're coming along. Where it is. True. Truer than you know, LT. Whichever way we go, we're going together. In this cosmic glow, we're going wherever we're going together. I love you. Get used to me now. You made me go upside down on purpose again. You're so good at evasion, but scoring a direct hit is so easy. You win. It'll be nice to see the end of every world, but This one alongside you. See? The machine's already bored. Or not bored, but uncomprehending. And then it lost interest. But I'll stay here with you until it leaves for good. Because fight or flight, petty bitch or pretty bitch, lab rat to upperclassman brat. What, really? Do you really maybe love me too? Day 8. Oh, wait. Actually, I fucked up Memorial Foundation. they didn't make it all the way up to 50%. Guess I didn't do it correctly. You're a good friend. I'm glad I can't give you my stomach flu. How do you know that you can't just, like meta-touchily give it to me through your phone? You never know. The Existential Threat. Pilot program training documentation leaked. Memorial Foundation NATO Spear Archives. It was composed of solid light and arrived in multitudes. They never arrived in the same shape, pattern, or texture twice. They were memorable, but indistinct. They were like and unlike things that we have seen on Earth, and they could not be touched, except through gravity. We could not determine where they came from, but they always headed towards Earth. We feared what would happen if they passed into Earth too much to learn what their intentions for coming here were, and our pilots defeated them without fail, without any hesitation, without any resistance, flawlessly, beautifully, obviously. The truth has always been that the existential threat is much weaker than humans, no matter what we call it, and there was a refusal to name precisely at all times the substance and nature of the existential threat. First of all, by referring to it as the existential threat, Memorial Foundation international jargon, rather than by common local cultural names. From the failures of the Scout program to Earth, there was a desire to both separate the pilots as much as possible from the earthly preconceptions. We did this to understand the new ways in which our pilots could be human. And we did this also to understand how the existential threat would change in corresponding ways. Complementing their new humanity, existential threats are always weaker than us, but they have ways that we do not. And they are always waiting in the corners of the world, looking to overcome us in other ways. In the case of the existential threat, as it existed in space, we created a weapon, the Krun Makala, powerful enough to defeat them once and for all, single-handedly. And we did so. And we lost every reason to be in space. And we ended all mystery and possibility. So, it is surprising that in filling the void, it became the pilots who took the role of the existential threat, as is known to occur on rare occasions on Earth. I'm pretty sure that's sarcasm. Otherizing people is super common on Earth. Did you notice, Luna-Terra? Our base now is not far from the Sea of Crisis, where your ship self was made, and you first sortied. It's nostalgic, isn't it? Ha! It is, isn't it? Reminds me when we were fighting some theoretical alien as essential threat and not each other. Would you prefer those days? I don't think so. I definitely wouldn't. I like being less stupid. Fighting with people is better than not even thinking about people at all, instead of fantasies. Aren't you gonna say that's still your problem? I know when I drilled you like little soldiers, I taught you the opposite too well. But I wouldn't mind if you had second thoughts. Europa. Do you feel guilty? We should all feel guilty, but me and my peers especially, we caused this conflict to be played out, and we failed to teach you well enough to endure it. The future we had hoped for would live, and The future we hoped you would live in was much too childish for you. I know. I'm not too upset about that. I would have never come back here by your side again. I don't want your guilt. Or my guilt. What do you need, Luna-Terra? I would like you to give me orders. Without guilt, or regret, or expectation. Of course. Though I have raised you terribly, Luna-Terra, I have always been quite proud of you. She's always been so good, it's scary. I can't deal with good kids. That was Nyx's job. Ah, true. But I don't hear a reason to trust me. Or are you gonna ground me? You're my student, Luna-Terra. I don't have to trust you. Trusting you is not my concern. I can't keep you out of trouble anymore, or even tell you what to do. I can only advise my last remaining student. Whether you listen to me or not, or to that girl or not, whether you fulfill your duty to Memorial Foundation or betray us once more, you're getting too permissive in your old age. I've always been permissive, and I've always been old. I thought you said I was in charge. I will advise you no matter what decision you make, Luna-Terra. And not quietly. And then what's your advice, since I'm just gonna do it? Don't go out of dealing with your ex by indulging your death wish. Don't get out of dealing with your ex by indulging your death wish. She's not my ex. Were you not together? Or is it not over? My advice is to not leave things ambiguous this time. Well, there's only one last mission. Give me the moon. It's no time... Man. It's time to move to the future. Peacefully or painfully. No factions, no dreams. Just two girls lost and intertwined. In the warm summer of the moon's day. New orders, Luna-Terra. Get out for a while. What? Oh, really? You don't need me on standby? Yes, but you're making everyone anxious. The pacing and sighing is becoming melodramatic. Even worse, some of the girls are beginning to find it very attractive. Some of them show them some mercy and give yourself a break, please. Sorry about that. I just snapped out of one of the deck mechanics. I'm getting tired. I know. And it's given her a disgusting crush on you, so please leave before more of my crew become compromised. I still don't get why that happens. That you don't is less of a saving grace than you might think. It's good that you're not full of yourself, but you have no awareness of your own value. I'm aware. It's not a mystery to me why someone would like to earn the approval of someone who treats them as if they don't deserve it. It's an intoxicating feeling. So why do they think I wouldn't want that too? I'm just as greedy and childish. It annoys me. I'm not an invincible monster. I need the same things. Oh, grow up. You're no different than any of my other girls. You're the only one who thinks you actually have to be this made-up person. What you think you're going to teach Pluto to not take on the burdens of those who care... What do you think you're doing? What, you think you're going to teach Pluto to not take on the burdens of those she cares about when you can't even throw off your own entirely self-inflicted ones? You know my girls aren't stupid enough to not see what a fool you are alongside your strength. They wouldn't find you so charming otherwise. Didn't you learn anything from your terrible relationship with my tragically pathetic niece? I, uh, uh, um, learned not to pretend I could give someone what she wanted. Wrong. You should have learned that just because someone likes you doesn't mean they don't also know you're an idiot. No one needs you to be stronger. You need to let yourself be weaker. Do that quickly so I don't have to hear any more complaints from you or those girls. Aren't you tired of hearing from them yourself? Fight until we love each other. God, this game is so depressingly, drippingly, flamboyantly romantic. Wow. Being a gay disaster has never been more fun. Okay, so I actually do have one last chance to give a few extra points for Memorial Foundation. Make up and forgive. Never forgotten. Every story told. It's mid-afternoon, but only half the sky knows it. The burned gold fades into reds, pinks, purples, and night at the edge where the moon's terraforming abruptly ends. It's such an outlandish light, like standing in the middle of the day and night, an unsteady feeling, to be on the precipice of a hole between a world and not a world. The boundary between Earth and space is here. Terraforming engines dutifully pour blue, white, and green into the craters and barren rock. The elements of air, water, and life. It will continue until the moon is the Earth and the Earth is the moon. Cosmologically, philosophically, literally. Of Luna-Terra. I want to watch it forever. Going on forever. Something happens slowly, like keeping track of them. You can see it happening inch by inch. You have to be patient, but it's such a satisfying feeling. Luna-Terra looks up at her resting spot on Mare Crescentium's foot. You ever watch it like this, Pluto? I thought I had finally snuck up on you for once. I'm still not as crafty as Saturn, darn. You were pretty close before I noticed you. It could have been a surprise if you really wanted a surprise attack. I want to see how long you trust me with your back. How'd I do? Great until you tried to be clever at the end. Whoops, I'm definitely gonna get yelled at again. You got yelled at? Like I was in the academy again. It wasn't great. I wish I could have seen it. I'm really glad you didn't. I've seen all of your most embarrassing expressions, but I never get tired of seeing more. There's no use hiding them from me. Fine, I give up. Wow, you should get humbled more often. It's making you really cute. You don't want to fight this time? I was hoping we could do it honestly for real for once. It might be our last chance for that sort of fight. I was thinking that too. But it's our last chance to take a walk like this. Today I want to do that instead. It's not like the end of walks are at stake. There's gonna be more walks, Luna-Terra. But not exactly like this. I like it in the middle of things. The stillness of change. In the halves and in-betweens. So like you to be rooting for them, Luna-T. Even though because you asked, you never asked for anything. So you should get it when you do. Come with me, I want to show you something. What they find is a waterfall, or something that's trying to be a waterfall. The rushing water through the canyon, until the atmosphere becomes too thin and the sun becomes too bright and it turns to vapor and dissolves. a rush of water stopping abruptly, yet very slowly. The point where it stops is moving forward. Eventually the atmosphere will take hold, and the sun won't be able to strip the air and the water from the moon. It's one of the last valleys left where space is still here, where nothing and inverse still exists, instead of everything in us. I thought it'd make you happy. You love lilacs still, right? Oh wow. They grow so fast here. I wonder how. I think the seasons are playing tricks with them. But look, they're trying to grow right into the line of the sun. You can follow the trail until they burn in the sunset. They'll keep crawling until they reach the valley. We're so unbelievable. Humans can overcome even this. The sights like this still make you feel kinda sad. A little. But humans still deserve it, so I can't stay upset. This won't be the moon anymore, but part of the earth. And I want to hold the human and alien together. We'll lose something if we don't. I wish it could be that in the middle place forever. We grasp for something new, but we lose everything we touch. I just want lilacs and a home. A space with room for us, wherever that is. How much would you give up to have that? A lot. How much would you? All I would need to make that choice is for you to make me feel that way, Luna-T. How do I do that? Convince me everything's gonna be okay. That we won't be losing anything, even though we will. Make me feel that way at least once. At least once again. Well, you're no stronger, smarter, or more perfect than any human beings on Earth, first of all. Second, there's no place more beautiful than the moon than anywhere on Earth, really. Think. Nothing else in the universe looks that different. That beautiful, that incredible. Third, touching ship to ship isn't any different than touching body to body. We can speak that same language with just our flesh. It's just a metaphor anyway. You could be human anywhere. That we did it up in space just means that we can do it back on Earth too. We know the language. First, we never would have been allowed to grow up like this if we were back on Earth. Second, space is cool. Third, giant robots are impossibly cool and nothing you possibly say will change that fact. We're all we have. The world made me awful. I had to fight so hard just to be provisionally recognized as human. So I don't know why I miss it so bad. I wish you could tell me. My standards probably are bad. This part will probably sound stupid, but I don't want to believe we couldn't also be happy on Earth. No matter how good the future is, that happiness isn't that fragile. You know, you say you have very little faith, but I think you have more than me. You don't want to give up. You have so much faith you want to keep going even if you believe it's totally pointless. You're ostensibly stubborn. Things could have been much different. You and me especially. We are very, very lucky. If we had been born in space, we would have been even luckier. But you only get so much. I worry about what we would be like if this hadn't happened. For me or for you. If what hadn't happened? Would have taken us even longer? I already feel like I became a person too old. Will we spend our lives without ever... Luna! We'd have found another way. Somehow. In Earth or space, no one is ever born whole. We got there eventually, didn't we? I think so too. So I'd like to believe that no matter what, we could live and be happy. Even in mortal bodies on our boring, awful home. I mean, they can't do what we've done. When they take us back, they'll have to make us a part of them. Isn't that the simplest, sneakiest way to get everything we always wanted? You really make me believe sometimes, Luna-Terra. Giant robots are still really cool, though. Well, I tried. Maybe it worked. It might be too late. But maybe it convinced me. You know I trust you, even when I can't. Come on, let's go and smell the flowers. I want to touch them. I want to see if they're as pretty as I remember from Earth. It's not quite 9.8 meters a second squared yet here on the moon, but it's getting there. And the lilacs smell wonderful. And they're soft. And the air and water is like a dream. The real thing. They're really warm. And you're really cold. Still, you're right. Skin to skin isn't ship to ship, but it's nice too. It feels exactly the same, in a different way. No more or less. I missed you so much. I'm here. I'm right here. You really are. You're really still so bold, Luna-Terra. I mean, I'm teasing. Oh, okay. That doesn't mean I'm also not offering. You're so mean to me. But you love it. You can be so strong when you're not trying to be strong. Day 9. I thought that was the last mission. I forgot that we get the little thingy. Cause that one was the hangout with Pluto was obviously free time. So I thought I had messed up the ratio somehow. I don't think I did. Everything hangs in the balance. Oh, it's not that bad. Yeah, it's just a flip of a coin or something. Don't you think it's still kind of an important decision? It's not the fate of everything, but it's the fate of a lot of things. It's the future of human beings in space. That's not what I wanted. None of these things are what I wanted. What are you fighting for then? I mean, it's not everything I wanted. I was fighting for everything I wanted. And this is as close to it as I can get. That's not enough. Well, I mean, it could be better. I love you both so much. What complete brats that can't be pleased. Don't tell me you're fine with it. No way. You're right. It could be so much better. See? So, I'm fine with whichever ending we get. I want a better ending too. Wanting a better end doesn't mean I'm fine with whatever. Why not? Yeah. What do you want? I want what we want. Us too. That's why it's fine either way. Luna-Terra, I think you haven't understood something. This isn't an ending. We don't need one ending. No matter what future it turns out to be, no matter who wins, we take whatever ending we get and we make the ending we really want out of it. It's not like it doesn't matter. But no matter what future we get, can we make it the one we wanted? Just like we did before the ending? Okay, sure. Let's pick our favorite. We don't need a true ending. Whatever it is, we'll make it the true ending. Oh, it's just immediate. No more menus, just immediately the ending. But because actually, we don't know, actually. We might always get this option, but we always try to go for even spread across the board, like in We Know the Devil. Because We Know the Devil has a true ending. And you do need to get, like, an even spread in order to do that. So it'd be interesting to experiment and like throw off the balance and see if you don't get this. It'd be interesting to see if you don't get this cutscene. But let's see what happens if they go back to Earth. I'm sad that I never get to see what Hella May looks like. I knew you'd choose us in the end. Even if you didn't choose me. All that matters is that you're coming home. Hey, Haley. Hello? I'm here. I was just startled. Why are you replying? Since you kept messaging me, I thought you'd be less surprised. Sorry about that. Don't start. I'll literally never ever forgive you. Sure. That's fine. I'm not apologizing to you. You have so much to apologize for. But it's only to me. But, are you saying sorry about something else you're trying to do? Maybe. There's a compromise I want you to consider. I should have expected one more betrayal, even at the end. No, it's more like this. I want to make sure that you hold up your end of the bargain. No negotiation. The terms of surrender must be unequivocal. That's the only way they will allow us to return. Really? It's not a change to the deal at all? Just asking about how we... Really, it's not a change to the deal at all. Just asking how we interpret them. You shouldn't, because I'm going to stop you if you pull anything. Really, I will. Very, very easily. Don't worry about that part. Well, in that case, I'm not gonna be sorry at all. You should know that shame is what you've earned, and bear it. No. I didn't think so. I think you took away what I needed to be happy. I think I have to learn a new way. It doesn't seem fair that I have to, when you don't. I've been learning. It's been hard. That's even less fair. You shouldn't be able to. You should get to move past this. Sorry. Or not sorry? I'm taking this anyway. They're giving you everything you say you want. So, what do you really want? Even knowing I got away fine. Wouldn't you feel guilty if you got something special and never shared it? Memorial Foundation does not have the power or the courage or the hope. They have experience and numbers, and that still matters. It matters the most because the gravity well is whimpering, sputtering, and Earth's tactics, strategic and realistic, are favored. Their weapons are kinetic. They don't fight with anything dreamlike or unique. All they have is to do the simple job. A fight between giant robots can only be so realistic, but that's the best they know how to do. After all, the gravity well is successfully commandeered The limits are made clear. They are always for entry back home, and to take everyone with them. Helamaid in the Losuchi soars in the galaxy. Soars in glory, holding the dying gravity well in her arms. Through it, she extends the logic of Earth to every tidal reactor. The exact gravitational constant that determines human to be human. Luna-Terra, you've done so well. You've been so good. Are you still going to betray us? Europa told me to expect it. I won't. Like I promised. Even if the rest of the pilots may not forgive me, they're coming home now too. Is that a problem? I thought it was happiness for all, no one left behind. Emphasis on the no one left behind, because the first is too hard. We will have to be careful. You know that. They think we're more trouble than we're worth. There's a really simple, easy solution to becoming another existential threat. A simple way to defeat it and prevent it. When they indulged the Memorial Foundation's plea for an alternative to their method, the one used from the beginning of humanity to the present day, they allowed us, because we made the promise of submitting without complaint. That's true. Europa never failed to remind me the Earth could just decide to kill us. The Earth could not be divided. We're meant to be one. Earth is an anchor in space-time for us. It wasn't always like that. We started from zero. We had to carve out our place in the universe bit by bit. We have to move ever forward, marching in progress. As culture marches forward, so does our gravity increase. We need each other. And we need this culture, this gravity to make us together. I agree. Humans need to come together. Luna-Terra immediately fires a solid light bullet into the gravity well restraint mechanism, and the gravity well implodes back to life. In the middle of the victorious fleet, communication immediately falls apart as space-time and electromagnetic forces tear through them. You finally did it, Luna-T. Something so dumb, I don't have time to get mad before I save you from it. You could have at least told me that this was what you were planning. I would have, but I wasn't planning this until 10 minutes ago. Hey, I didn't even cut it that close. Tell me you've thought up something good. I'll follow you, even to a bad ending, but if you've got nothing other than this depressing conclusion, I'd have to hate you to let you do that, baby. Hands reach from behind her and hold the well gently, easily, as Helamaid's fingers shatter. What? Traitor! Sorry, I'm just borrowing it. You're not sorry now, and you weren't ever sorry. I think you might really wish you were sorry. I want you to believe you want to be sorry, but that's not good enough. It's certainly much too late for it. I wish instead of wanting to be sorry, you just wouldn't be able to be happy again. I can't do that. Then please, deny this. Losuchi is made almost entirely of constantly refracting hard light. It emits from every angle at light speed at a drowning torrent, a reverse vacuum, a void of energy, an inignorable, undeniable deluge, light from the substance and pressure and weight of water. The heaviness is unbearable, to Luna-Terra especially, yet it's so familiar, it's impossible to escape. Automatically, she falls right in. No matter what terrible things you've done, you've never forgotten exactly what you deserve for them. That's how you can make it up. That's how you should make it up. At least not in the same way. Which I know now. I thought I would die before. But the nice thing is that if you don't die from this, you grow up. Even if it feels unfair. Are you suffering? Luna-Terra reaches her hands as close as she can to the gravity well. Her own tidal reactor howls and creaks with the strain of not falling in. It isn't interested in Luna-Terra's dreams. It just wants to have everything. The infant wish of humanity. Earth's pure greed. The white void. The all-consuming gravity that erases all distinction. Pluto can barely keep the light at bay. It tears into Pluto with perfect synchronicity. Memorial Foundation has been waiting for this chance at the unit designated to defeat them. The one that reminds them of everything they can't have. She's drowning, but her fingers are still reaching, still holding the dying gravity well. The true enemy are the fast-approaching autonomous defense units. Unlike a ship self, they are designed with war in mind. As Halamade said, the easiest option is to just kill us. The option that they're always most eager to take. No wonder they felt the ship self program was just a fanciful indulgence. They are surprised then when Saturn tears them to pieces. I guess you were right. From how unsure you were, you made it sound like it was gonna be a lot harder. Pluto, you've been a good influence on her. Like how I've been a bad one. We're really suited for a hopeless woman like that, aren't we? Thanks, Saturn. It'll just be a little longer. Don't ignore my nonsense. When this is over, I'm never gonna forget it. Sure, you can tease me all you want if you win. You're not very inspiring. It'll be super inspiring if we win. So let's do that first. Saturn poisons the waters. She corrupts the information. She washes over Pluto is muddy, pink, toxic, and definitely bad for you. But at least it doesn't want to eat you alive in the name of love. It just wants to mess you up in a good way. And let you mess it up too. The destabilization is going successfully so far, and the gravity well is diminished and weak, and dying fast. That's okay though. It's enough for a little wish. The greatest trick is to just move 1 inch forward. The only trick. Change the physics by a decimal point. In a secret place, where they won't notice. Equivalent to inventing a new Earth is changing the acceleration due to gravity by 0.1 meters a second squared. This is something that is impossible even with a gravity well. The Earth is the Earth, and it will bind everything to it. Except there's a nearby body, in perfect sync, inseparable and distant. And though its orbit, its tides influence its subtle ways to the life of the Earth. I understand now. This is something I want to. You coming up with this idea is just the worst! Why couldn't you just be a bad person with bad ideas and wicked dreams? It's impossible now. Who would want to give up the moon for the Earth? If we lose, we'll really look like idiots and we'll live alone on a lifeless moon, so let's make sure that doesn't happen. The moon is to be abandoned too, unless you can bring it into such inseparable closeness. No, stop convincing me, this sucks! I still hate you, but fine, live on the moon, away from me, forever! Lil Suchi shuts the valve. Earth rips around inside her, but the gravity well, already compromised, begins to glow to life again. For a little bit longer, Earth can't touch it, can't shut it down. Left to its own devices, the gravity well will bring all things together. Of all the fabulous dream tech of the Memorial Foundation International Space Program, the gravity well, which brings together matter, light, and culture, is the strongest execution of their dream. And a pathetically mistaken one too. The gravity well brings things closer until they pass through the event horizon and then can never return to the universe again. The limit where even information can't return. Whether it's a good universe or a terrible one, Luna-Terra doesn't intend to find out. She's hopefully attached to this universe. What do we want? Is to get closer. Just a little. I thought you said you could find a way to be happy in any kind of future. I think that works only if we try really hard to make it not suck in this one first. See, she gets it. Well, it's not like I think it won't work. If the gravity well is sufficiently strong, it is true. It'll eat away at the tidal forces of the Earth. The math is like the gravitational forces of the Earth will change somewhere in the billionths place? How about the hundredths? That's definitely super impossible. I think we move the center of gravity between Earth and the Moon. We pull a little, then we pull a lot. We pull until our bodies fall apart. I think then we get a shift in the hundredths place and bring a little bit of what we made here back home. It's a very generous kindness. And also an extremely petty act of revenge. Yes. I want to pay the price. And they should pay it too. The worst thing I can imagine is to live and die without being born. A future that is won against the unrestricted way of the world. But don't worry. I'm not planning to do this just to lose. I'm stacking the deck. Coming back to Earth just like you wanted. And bringing everything back with me. I have modest ambitions. I chose the future I'm most frightened by. The one that crushes me under the pull of Earth's gravity. I don't want to wonder if I got away with it. I want to know that I could survive even this. That doesn't make a very good argument, does it? But you know, Earth is sweet. Even for someone like me who's better at playing pretend than the real thing. No planet has a moon like this. No planets have sunsets and life like this. And romance and beauty is down here too. The romance and beauty is human after all. If we bring something new in space, it was something that we achieved. Not these endlessly dead rocks separated by unfathomable distances. We can't just find it somewhere. We have to do the work. Yet I want a reminder. A memento. And I want Earth to remember. It's not an omnipotent tyrant king. Many and one. Earth has a sister. And that sister is you. Luna-Terra doesn't hear the alarm. Her body knows exactly when it's supposed to wake up, and she does. She doesn't have to wake up this early anymore, but her body is a hard time letting her go back to sleep. She wakes up, tries to focus her eyes. Her head hurts just a little. So she thinks she'll go ahead and make coffee, except Saturn's arm is tugging at her shirt, and Pluto's legs are tangled up in hers. So maybe she can't make coffee just yet. She worms out of the comforter as much as she can. The apartment's summer air conditioning keeping things nice and cool. But the summers here are hot, and so are the girls. Maybe if she tries really hard, she can go back to sleep. But it's hard. It's already hard with the sun still there. But especially with just the hum of the AC, and everyone's slow breathing, and a light shiver of sweat. Hey dude, wake up! Hey, don't put me back in the bed! Pluto, stop her! But I want to see who wins. You're the one who wants to make breakfast. You made me wake her up. Don't act like it's not your problem. None of you were up when I was, so it's time to sleep forever. That's what I said! Also, you're clearly awake, so let's go! No. Pluto? I'm making breakfast though. I already turned on the stove. It's fine. They'll just burn the house down. Help me stop Saturn. Okay! Traitor! You betrayed yourself! That's enough out of you. Come get some coffee, Luna-T, before you get a headache over it. You're really such a fake. Oh, you're really such a fake. It's... We're serious. You two, you switch sides really easily. So do you. Oh, you switch sides really easily. So do you. Up again, alright? You helped me make breakfast. What? How come she gets to sleep in? She'll be right behind us. She was. Luna-Terra shivered for a second, bare under the AC, and then she got up. She turned the light canceling off the windows, and the day, which will last for the rest of the month, poured in, which she can feel a minute of, before she wants to go get breakfast too. On the near side of the moon, the Earth will always be visible. Without the hands of her old body, she won't ever be able to fly or feel the view of anything but a picture ever again. Even the memories are fading. But the moon is closer. So close that there's almost no difference between it and the Earth. It's another country. A strange country. And the Earth is too. That was pretty sick, huh? That was Heaven Will Be Mine. Completely voiced by me. My throat's not on fire, promise. It's on ice. Burn. So yeah, every ending is a happy ending somehow. So yeah. That's what we got. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Whoa, we put 13 hours into this game? Holy crap. Very good. I love how we put 17 hours into this game, and yet we still have yet to play it with the character on the cover. Saturn. Yeah. This game is on itch.io and on Steam for $15 if you're interested. It's made by queer people. So yeah. Very, very good.